President Ross, we are live on air right now. Yes, yeah, we could start whenever you're ready.
Recording in progress.
So I'm going to ask our directors to have a seat. Good morning, everyone. And so I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the open meeting, regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, September 12th, 9:30. A little bit after 9:30. We're in the boardroom, and this is the notice of meeting and agenda. Purpose of this meeting is to conduct the regular United Mutual Board meeting in accordance with Civil Code 4930 and was hereby noticed in accordance with Civil Code 4920. I'm calling the meeting to order. We do have a quorum. And so we're going to start out with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Director Liberatore, please.
Stand, face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Next item is the acknowledgement of media. Is there any media here? I don't think so. Okay. Next, item 4 is the approval of agenda. Any motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
Okay, it's approved and Cash seconds it. Okay. Item number 5 is approval of the meeting minutes from August 8th, August 9th, and August 24th. Any adjustments, changes to any of those meeting minutes? Or someone want to make a motion to approve?
I made a motion to approve as is.
Okay,
Second.
and it's seconded by Allison. Okay. Okay, now I'd like to make a report of the chair, and some of this is from the business side, presidential side, and some of it is kind of from a personal side. And so I wanted to report on a few things. One of the things is that, as you all know, there's an election going on, and there's a chance that I may not be on the board a month from now. And even though I'm sitting here today, I may be on the board or I may not. I'm one of the candidates running, and I urge you all to vote for whoever you feel should be on the board. And in the past, we've had elections that we've had rather, average turnout. But I'm urging all of you, just vote for whoever you think is the best candidates. And speaking of the election, too, I just wanted to bring up, there's been several members talking to me about possible violations of rules, being that there's an awful lot of signage on common property. There's signs that are all over the place. Some of them may be in violation to some of our rules, and I just wanted to mention it to staff to see if it is. It really shouldn't be happening, and we should request staff to adjust where necessary, and because where there's violations, it's really not fair for the people that are following the rules. So just wanted to comment on that and ask that staff maybe follow up with, to see if there are violations, they should make the necessary fines or whatever is appropriate regarding that. And so I'm asking Shaban if she could please follow up on that. The next item that I wanted to talk about is the budget process, which we're working on very diligently. And this afternoon, we're going to hear from, in closed session, we're going to hear from one of the biggest potential increases in our budget that could be property insurance, or will be property insurance. Because of all the fires in our community, we're looking at a possibility of a 50% increase in property insurance. It would be huge for all of us because that effectively increases each of our association dues. And we're hoping for the best, but we're realistic about it, and we'll be listening to our insurance broker and working with them on various deductibles to try to bring the cost down. But it is a big issue, and we're getting close to finalizing budget. But I just wanted to report on that one item. Next item is a little bit about personal, a little on the personal side, because this may be the last time you see me up here. Hopefully it's not, but if it is, I just wanted to review a couple of accomplishments personally that I think that I have accomplished in the last year, and one of them.
Excuse me, we shouldn't be engaging in this conversation at a board meeting.
I'm sorry, this is
It is a
part
report
of my
of
speech.
president.
So
It's very
I
obvious.
could talk about it.
Report of president.
So and this is the personal discussion from report of the chair, and I'm going to continue.
No. Point.
So,
Point.
no, it's not a campaign.
Point.
I'm not campaigning. I'm just talking
Point.
about personal, about accomplishments of our board, and
Point.
Actually, this was practiced last year, and when Sue Margolis was here,
I'm
she
going to
reported.
continue without any debate.
Point of
And
order.
if you object to it, that's fine. And on just 2 points, and I'll be very brief. Number 1 point is that our board, working together, is working very diligently to bring our house in financial order. And that means looking at reserves very closely for 2024 and for the next 5 years. We have laid out a plan, a 5-year plan, looking at next year and the next 5 years, looking at our reserves and looking at our expenses and our revenues very closely, part of the budgeting process. And we are continuing to look at that very closely. And one of the things that was laid out to our board is that we laid out a plan for 2024 to 2028, 5-year plan, which they can consider actually 1 year at a time. But we're hoping that we continue on the road to recovery, fiscal recovery, and continue to meet our obligations. And on the personal side, I think I've brought back a little bit of civility to our board, made our meetings a little more productive, and I'm very proud of that accomplishment. With that, I'm going to close this. So that's the report of the chair. Now I'd like to open the forum to member comments.
We actually have quite a few today. First person is George Scanlon.
Good morning. My name's Ed Scanlon. I live at 848 Mendoza, UQ. And I'm here because I was here last month talking about a water heater problem I was having, getting a replacement. Well, it's almost done. I got called yesterday and was scheduled to have my new water heater put in next Tuesday. But in doing so, I've discovered several other things. The safety issue that I brought up last month, I wish you people would address it, because how do you turn the electricity off for the electric water heaters that are underneath the upstairs place in the dirt? And how do you turn the water off? Now, I tried the other day. That valve is so shut, it's got stucco on it, it's painted several times, and you can't move it. So I asked the guy yesterday, Jonathan, who scheduled the meeting, to come Tuesday to put in my water heater. I says, how are you going to turn the water off to do this? Didn't have an answer. It was like talking to a deer in the headlights. And so, it's just concerning that this is a safety issue, not only for my manor, but for everybody's manor along there. All the places that have cabinets that block those vents, you can't get to them. And so I helped my neighbor with several other people to remove that cabinet. I looked inside. There's two different types of, there's a cement platform, and then there's one made out of wood. Now, if I looked at the CC&Rs correctly, they're all supposed to be on cement, and it's not. There was also a water heater that was left inside from some other time when they were fixing water heaters that was just discarded, sitting on an edge like this, probably with water still in it, collecting mold or whatever. No concern at all. So last week on Thursday, two guys show up early in the morning, lift that thing out, take it off, and haul it away. So I'm just concerned that, we got all these rules and regulations that we're supposed to follow. Your due diligence should make sure that the people who are actually doing the maintenance, the people who are sending out compliance letters, and the people in the alteration department. Now, I looked at my alteration chart. The last water heater that was put in my unit was 2004. Jonathan told me yesterday it's supposed to be done every 10 years. So how come I got to wait so long? What's going on? You're the people who are supposed to be watching over all this. It's you're needed to do your jobs to make sure that I'm not getting ripped off. I'm paying all these dues for what? So that's the water heater issue. I got two other things I'd like to talk about real quickly.
Your time
Nope.
is up.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
What's your manor number, please?
848.
Great.
Our next speaker is Ms. Gay Page.
Gay Page, 786C. I'm here to recommend that the United Board collaborate with 3rd and GRF to establish an ad hoc committee comprised of residents to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of our current self-management structure versus hiring a professional HOA management company. After approximately 7 years of our self-management experiment, it's time to evaluate whether remaining self-managed is the right choice for the future. Since instituting self-management, our HOA costs have skyrocketed rather than being held in check. We have taken on business responsibilities and legal liabilities beyond the scope of reasonable fiduciary risk. Typically, HOAs that adopt self-management are very small, with up to 10 housing units and little or no recreational space or common areas. Laguna Woods certainly doesn't fit that profile. Although we report to be self-managed, in reality we're not, because the nonprofit the boards created in 2016 is known in the HOA management industry as an in-house management company. True self-management is when the members of the board assume the role of staff in the day-to-day operations of the HOA, and that's when you realize the cost savings. The management company created by our mutual boards acts in the same manner and provides the same services as a professional HOA management company, but comes with the additional costs and liabilities of business ownership. A few of these costs include higher insurance premiums due to increased risk and legal exposure, buying and maintaining vehicles and equipment, staff salaries and benefits, creating administrative departments to manage human resources, IT, office space, and much more. To be successful as a self-managed homeowners association, board members must invest lots of time and have enough experience to manage each role. Since our mutual boards are comprised of well-educated and well-meaning residents and are not comprised of professional, accredited HOA managers, a self-managed HOA may not be our best option. Since the main goal of our HOA is to maintain our community and its property values through the most cost-effective means available, it's time to reevaluate our HOA management structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Ms. Joyce Eileen.
Well, first off, I wanted to thank the board for putting through the problem with the security officers, putting up letters on everyone's garage or carport. My complaint now is that when you call maintenance or landscaping and put it in a ticket, besides it not, going through the first time, you got to go a second time, sometimes a third time, they never give you a time period. It's any time during the day. So what happens is if you're not home, waiting all day long, they put a sticker on there, they came back, or they came. Then you got to call them again, then they come out again. It's a waste of time, waste of money. That's it.
Next speaker is John Davis.
Hello. I am here as counsel to another resident within my building. This resident, whose name I will skip for now, is undergoing horrific treatment for recently discovered cancer of the lung. We have received notice that our building is to be fumigated at the end of this month, and I have presented to Ms. Blackwell and the CEO, Ms. Foster. I understand also has this, as well as Ms. Laster, a copy of my client's oncologist's letter giving his medical opinion as to the effect of the fumigation process on my client's health, safety, and welfare at this very critical time in his life. And the request is that the fumigation be rescheduled. This fumigation came about on account of, coincidentally, a swarm of termites that came through my bathroom fan on the second floor. None of the other residents in my building had any sightings of termites. Newport Exterminating came out right away, diagnosed the situation and said, you'll go into a queue for fumigation. It'll be next year. This happened exactly a year ago, August 2022. And it's a very long, drawn-out process. These termites don't work fast. They've, in all likelihood, been at it for quite a while, and they'll be at it for quite a while longer before the fumigation takes place. The point I'm making is that time is not of the essence as far as the fumigation is concerned. And if you balance the harms, I would say that the harm is heavier on my client's side if this fumigation goes forward at this time than on the side of other interests in fumigating right now as opposed to rescheduling it down the road. I'm hoping the board or the CEO, if that's who is deciding this matter, will save me from going into court for an injunction, but I will do that if necessary. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Romano.
Hello, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Romano, 2035. To tell you who I am, I'm a United Nations representative, and I'm also representing the agencies for the elderly in the county and the 7,000 people that have had our homes impacted by the problems with the loans and the financing. The other reason I'm here is to address Siobhan for refusing to provide us with the fiduciary and the financial accounting that we've asked for. That happens to be a felony. That happens to be elder abuse. That happens to be on its way with attorneys. And my concern here is that when this kind of thing happens, that you are impacting all the other people who are on the board and have them be impacted by poor decision makings. I'm still suffering from the retaliation that you approved, and you can smile about this. I'm still suffering from the retaliation of coming to my house, pounding on the doors, turning off my TV, okay, all these other things, okay? These are all illegal, and you've caused me to develop PTSD, which is a severe lifelong disability, okay? I have to take medication. That guy pounding on my door all night, caused me to develop, brain changes. This is not okay. I ran into a woman over there at Home Depot who had the security showing up at her house at night again, too. This is not acceptable, okay? The report that we are asking for needs to be given, okay? It's our funds. Secondarily, I'm a global corporate compliance expert. This company is so out of compliance that it's frightening. And, just truth being spoken, I have a law background and criminal procedure and a very good background. You don't understand the impact that you're having on the people and the illegality of it. And they're going to be held accountable, and I hope that the other people here don't have to suffer for the continuation of this and the damage that you've done to me. Okay, I've been unable to work as well. And this has been your responsibility, and this is the pattern in practice, and this is a hostile environment. And taking it off the agenda and saying that because we can't make it any other way, that we're going to pretend it doesn't exist isn't the facts. Okay, I'm also a real estate loan officer. The loan that we're being offered, this non-conforming loan, okay, is a substandard loan. It's going to cost us more. Okay, we have lost a lot by this. Okay, I've lost $200,000, $300,000 in the value of my home. And you need to be held accountable, and you have the attorneys coming after you. Okay, and this is on behalf of 7,000 people where we shouldn't have had this and had the loss of our homes and the value of our homes, and then being fed substandard loans and saying, "Oh, it's really okay." Well, it's not. Okay, it's not. We need to be put in the place that we were before, and we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next speaker is Claudia Gray.
Thank you. I'm Claudia Gray. I live at 428 Avenida Sevilla, and this is my first meeting, and I am here as well because I am very concerned about the loss of property. The amount that I would be able to get for it if I was able to sell it. I think there's lack of communication back to the homeowner here. I think there's lack of communication between your departments. And I shouldn't say recently, for over 2 years, we have complained about tree roots backing up one of our toilets in the house. It was a major issue. They came out 13 times in a matter of about a year and a half. Nothing was done. a director signed off on it. No one, it was reported in each and every time that the tech was out that it was due to tree roots, and no one from maintenance ever thought to contact anyone from landscaping to come out and see this tree, which has damaged a lot of my condominium. They've had to rip up the floor in the bathroom. And one thing that I didn't mention is over this 2-year period, the amount of times that we had to call and have a person come out as an emergency. And the calls that went unanswered, the emails that went unanswered, and I will tell you, I finally, and I'm not that kind of person, but the property value, as the lady before me stated, I felt that it was not possible to sell this unit. And it was only after I threatened legal action that I could get anyone to call me back and start resolving this issue. And what did Leisure World want to do was to replace the tile around the toilet. Really, what would that do to the property value? I mean, it's a Jack and Jill bathroom where the hallway runs into the kitchen. People would walk out on that after viewing it. PRS has, as I say, ever since I threatened legal action, they did have me work with a project manager over at PRS. He's doing a great job, but why does it have to come to that? I had parts for our stove in the kitchen that were on order for over 1 year. The buttons were not usable. I called, I came into this office. Finally, after 1 year of not being contacted, I said, okay, fine. I'll go ahead and just purchase new range and stovetop. I would call, can someone give me an update? They would stand there, they would call the warehouse. They never got back to me with an answer. I finally came in one day, I said, listen, we can't cook with this anymore. There are no buttons on the stove. No buttons on the range. There's no way he can use this. He's 98 years old. He can't see it. She said, let me go back again to a supervisor. She came out and said, the range and the cooktop have been in the warehouse. I said, for how long?
Okay,
So finally we were able
out of
to
time.
arrange to get someone out to come out. But this should not be like this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christine Dormer.
Good morning. My name's Christine. I have a question for the board. The manor next to mine is a 2-story and has an elevator. And there are 2 people on the second floor who can't make it down the steps. The elevator's been out for a week. Whose responsibility is it to fix that elevator? And the one resident who's there said to me, I'm stranded. She's got Parkinson's and she can't make it down the steps. So can you tell me, for the board members, what's a reasonable amount of time to be stuck in your unit? No answer?
I need to have the building number, please, if you can.
I do, 331.
Thank you.
Sure. And they've come out over and over, the elevator company, but at this point they're saying that the elevator's so old that they don't know if they can get the parts. So just from a human perspective, how long do they have to stay upstairs before they can come down?
Can you tell us when it broke?
This is day number 7.
Day number 7.
Yes, but it's been breaking for the last year and a half, 2 years. So for the new board, for the existing board, I'd really like to ask you to please take a look at the failing infrastructure before you build a new park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ellen Leonard.
Good morning. My name's Ellen Leonard, and I'd like to oppose the fact that directors are making candidate speeches at meetings. I emailed Shaban, I emailed Catherine Laster asking what the rules were, because I've been advised many times in the last couple of weeks of what the rules are in campaigning. And as far as signs and flyers. But I never came to a meeting and gave a campaign speech, so I could do that. I could just come to every meeting. But never hearing from corporate makes me wonder that it's probably okay. I like Lenny, I like Sue, but Sue gave her speech at the landscape committee. I just happened to catch that, and Lenny just gave a speech as well. So, Shaban, do you think I could get an answer to that?
Yes, we are working on that, and you should have it later today. Thank you.
There is no real answer then, huh?
That's not correct.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
I should have been responded to. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, the last member comment is an email. This is from Chris Collins from the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. Planning for the inevitable, will your wishes be followed? Have you had that conversation yet? When we were teenagers, that conversation had to do with sex. Now that we are in our golden years, that conversation is very different. That conversation is now about our future health care wishes and ensuring that they are followed should we suffer a serious illness and cannot communicate with our doctor. That conversation and ensuring our future health care wishes are carried out is the focus of the Foundation of Laguna Woods' first televised broadcast on the subject of planning for the inevitable. It was aired on Village Television starting in August around noon and continuing on Saturdays for a month. This broadcast is part of a series with future broadcasts examining other aspects of this topic. In other words, looking at decisions we need to make before it's too late, but unfortunately often avoid. Tune in and hear Dr. Matthew Jansen, the medical director of the hospice program at Memorial Carroll Saddleback Hospital, and Dr. Larry Tran, the inpatient medical director for the hospital. They first highlight what can go wrong if someone's health care wishes are not known, particularly if the person cannot communicate or has lost the ability to understand the severity of their illness. Among the topics discussed are the creation of advanced medical directives, the designation of a surrogate healthcare agent, and the California POLST form. They discuss who can be an agent, whether a surrogate agent has to be a family member, how you can change your agent designation, and what happens if two agents disagree about what should be done. Most important, they discuss the necessity of having a conversation about your future healthcare wishes with those close to you. If you have any questions about this topic or the upcoming broadcast, please contact the Foundation at 949-268-2246 or foundation@comline.com. For more information about the Foundation, please go to our website at foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. Please note that donations can always be made using PayPal on the Foundation website. And let's see here. Okay, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to speak on behalf of a resident, and this is, I don't know if we can do anything about this. I was late this morning. I apologize because Pepe Le Pew was caught in front of 211, and I called security, and security referred me to animal control. Animal control doesn't open till 11. I then sent a message to resident services to please help the residents that are on the upstairs in in building 211. They're afraid to come down. So the good news is Pepe is caught. The bad news is nobody wants to pick him up until later in the day. So somebody could help me out with that. Thank you.
President Ross, we do actually have one more member comment.
Okay.
This is Violet, 936.
Good morning. I guess it was last week or the week before, we watched the last meeting on TV, and we were my husband and I were pretty excited that the board was working on behalf of the residents to bring the opportunity of loans to United. Okay, we celebrated my husband's 80th birthday, and we want to say that in our unit, we'd want to stay there forever. And since we have a 2-story unit, it's a Seville, it needs modifications to use the upstairs. With the fact of inflation, we got estimates from a contractor that started at about $35,000. And that's not cash that we have or are able to spend at this time. So if you do pass the private loan today, we can get that loan and make our unit comfortable to live and enjoy our life instead of selling it and moving somewhere else where we don't know the neighbors. We have great neighbors and we want to stay there. We both love Laguna Woods and deeply appreciate if you give us and the community a chance to get loans that are needed to start the modification. And I know some people need loans for surgery, you know, and they can't take it out of their home, and that's their savings account, basically. Okay, my husband and I can't go upstairs easily. Well, my husband, I work out. As before, and we need remodeling. So we'd appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? That's it? Okay, no, so now response to...
You're going to talk on your item.
Any other,
I do have a member comment that's not on that card that they raised. Sure, I do now. Okay. So I'll just talk about those two. Based on what you had, Nancy Carlson, 303A. So this is just a member comment that came about the fire insurance, and it's going up so high. The question I have, you may not have the answer to this, is are we dealing also with the Orange County Fire Authority to come through the village and do an assessment? I was a principal in architectural practice in Northern California. And so there was the land management connected to the county that would come through and assess. So we are, yeah, because that's really important for them. We have to kind of take them with the fire danger, and it really has become cataclysmic. If we have to lose some trees and plant younger ones, we may have to do that. So it's a real situation. So I'm pleased to hear that we're doing something, because that can make a huge impact on the insurance aspect. And the other item, I mentioned this at the finance meeting early in August. One, I do recommend that we have an appendix in our business plan budgets that address the line items with the detail, and possibly a subsidiary appendix for the board in more detail. There was one other thing. Oh, also at the budget meeting, Mr. Hormuth talked about they're instituting the ERP, what most people don't understand. That stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and it's how a company will integrate various systems, IT, et cetera, so that they work in concert with each other. And one of the things he talked about was that we were going to have the ability to issue a job ticket, and then it bills, really we use the term allocate, but it bills the mutual for the service performed on that. And that appears in our operating expenses, or in our expense budget. One of the things I pointed out to him is that those job tickets are kicked out after 30 days, which in essence in the ERP system would say, okay, after 30 days we bill for that. I had at least on one job, and it might have been 4 tickets, there were 3 job tickets. Because they didn't do it, they didn't show up, And so it got kicked out each time, which meant that each time United would be billed for that service. So he went, oh, it didn't occur to them to even consider that. And I said, so in your ERP planning, you really want to, the board really needs to focus on, is that happening or not? Has it been remedied? Because that's a planning issue at the ERP level. And to make sure that we're not being duplicate billed, triple billed. Again, that's the term you use, allocation. Those are my comments relative to this morning's.
Okay, we're ready for response to open forum speakers.
This is in response to Gay Page. Very interesting concept about self-management. You all are familiar with J.C. Penney Company? Everybody shops at J.C. Penney at some point in their life, right? Okay. Well, J.C. Penney was a real person, and he founded years ago, more than a century ago, a retirement facility in Florida, cooperative. And it's called Penny Farms. And it's still operating today very successfully. And if you move in, if you buy in and move into Penny Farms, the first question you're asked as you move in is, what job would you like to do here? Because they are entirely self-managed. So think about that for a minute. Which job would you like to do here if we go to self-management? So I'd like to do some things. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to comment on the same thing. My first turn on United was in 2013, and I interfaced with PCM. And PCM was charging us, I believe at the time, per portal, and I guess that means per manor, and it was $689,000 a year. But I was determined, convinced that they were overbilling us on labor, 15 to 25%. But they told us that that information was proprietary, and they refused to share it with us. So if we get another management company, it's going to raise our monthly assessments. And be careful what you wish for, because PCM was not honest with us, but they told us it was because the information was proprietary for their corporation. So be careful what you wish for. And also, running this place, there's nobody on this board that can run a warehouse. There's nobody on this board that can run a motor pool. There's nobody on this board who can run a security operation. So be careful what you ask for. Thank you.
I have a number of responses, actually. First of all, Ed, I gave you my card. I'd like to hear the other two items you have that you didn't have time for. So if you could send me that on email, since we do stick to the 3-minute rule, I'd appreciate that, and we'll get them worked for you, whatever those are. I will say this, I'm impressed with the response that VMS Siobhan gives when there's something brought to the attention of the board at these meetings. I've seen her and VMS respond very quickly time and time again, which that's a very positive that I've seen far more times. It's handled very quickly, a lot of times by the end of the day. So I just want to say that's a very positive for Siobhan and her team. With regards to Gay on yours, I will say that it's a good idea that we always take a look at the way we govern and how we do things in here. And the governance here is very difficult because you have 4 different boards involved. You have a third, you have a United board, you have a VMS board, you have a GRF board, and that creates a lot of issues with the governance for VMS. So anytime we can put together a group of members to help look at things, I think that's a good idea, because we have an awful lot of smart people in this village with an awful lot of talent. So I'm all for always evaluating the cost benefit of things like that. With Claudia, I would be interested in specifics when your calls are not returned, because that's a consideration I think everybody would like to take a look at. And Ellen, with regard to your concerns about directors making election speeches, I get some of the issues, because when it comes to elections, Lenny is not involved in any of those decisions and that, because he's involved as a candidate. So VMS has contacted me and they are working on the response to that, your concern over that. So they're already on it, which was stipulated, but I just want you to know, when it comes to a decision based on the election, it is not going to the president, it's coming to me because of a potential conflict of interest. And I believe Lenny made that decision early on for that to happen. So just wanted you to know that is being worked on. And that's all I have.
I have some. Thank you so much. I have some response to some of them. First, thank you, George, for coming again, and I have some response for the last meeting that you are here. It is, I heard in the last 3 years I was here, a few times that people come, then the refrigerator is after 25 years is not changing. And you said the heater after 20 years. My concern is that everything is in the computer right now, and what we can do, I am asking Shiban what we can do that this not happen, and actually VMS send a note to residents. If they don't want it to change and they want to keep the 20 years refrigerator, that's okay. But it's responsibility to aware them that you are eligible for a new refrigerator or new stove. This comes many times during the last 3 years. I have a stove, and actually Claudia right now says the stove was so bad that even knobs is not working anymore. We shouldn't wait 20 years for that because they are paying association, and actually part of your association, if you goes toward purchasing the items. So when we collect money from you, I believe we should give service to you as well. So I am asking that please, I don't know how, but make a system that send a letter to residents when it comes the timing for changing their all of items in the kitchen. Regarding to gay page, thank you so much for putting time and writing. That was very comprehensive writing. And I, as a resident in next month, I'm not going to be director, but I agree. After 7 years, is worth it. I am not saying go one direction or another. I'm saying comparing to see what is the best for residents. The best thing, they said knowledge is power. So we should not be afraid to see the facts and comparing what is the best for residents. If this way, we're going to what we have. And I heard that some complain about PCM. Just because one company did something wrong, we shouldn't totally close the door for ever for that one. Maybe other people having a better situation. So thank you for putting a time and bringing this issue. I hope next board consider that one. Regarding to Claudia, I said, I'm sorry that you have to wait for so long and then until you come here. Hopefully this system change and VMS send letter. And regarding to Ellen, I totally understand your feeling that you feel, you and other people that doesn't have the opportunity, just some sitting residents, some sitting directors has. And we have this year, 2 of them is a sitting, and they might use the committee that use and power, and this is not right, and it's not equal for that one. And for the last one is, you already answered the Chris and Domer that stuck in the elevator, and I'm so sorry that for 7 days you should call and no response. I hope VMS put some priority to some request when you receive it. I don't know, there is such a priority, maybe a flag or a star or something that right away to answer. So that's my information.
I'd like to address this as well. I did speak at the landscaping committee under the 3-minute rule where anyone as a resident can come forward and talk about any issue they want. I had been advised by past board members that this was a practice and that it was an opportunity for people to get to know us. So I took advantage of that. I did not speak from the podium or the dais. I would not do that. I made sure it was clear that I was a candidate. If this is a prohibited practice, that's fine. But I was advised this is done in the past. I have been present when others have done this. So, I will certainly abide by whatever people want. But to my knowledge, there was no prohibition, and it is a practice that has been used.
So I have a few comments too. So I wanted to echo something that Tom said, that in some meetings that we have member comments, we have responses as quickly as in the afternoon session from Shaban after she's been able to look through and research some of these cases. So, and some take a little longer. But I would say my request for Shaban is to look at these 4 or 5 cases individually. One of them, just to briefly remind, George Scanlon about the water heater in 848. If his last water heater was put in 2004, it's definitely time for a replacement. So if you could give us an update on that, one. Number 2, Claudia Gray, 428A, her loss of property value due to trees that are extending into her property. It's a very serious issue, and it shouldn't come to before legal. But I'd like an update. Our board would like an update on that as soon as possible. Number 3, John Davis, 762D. It's an issue with fumigation with residents that was just diagnosed with cancer, and that could be a very serious, already is a health issue. And so I'd like to hear what VMS's response for that is as well. And finally, Christine Dormer, 331, the elevator going on 7 days. Maintenance, who's responsible? I believe VMS is, but I need VMS to confirm that. So if you could please, Shaban, look with staff into each of those 5 cases and give us your response as soon as possible.
I'm happy to do that, and I will have answers for you this afternoon.
Thank you.
And I do want to let you know, though, that Mr. Davis was given the resolution which details the requirements for the postponement, and what we need now is the medical letter, and he referenced that this morning. So as soon as we get a copy of that, we can take action.
Okay. Did you have something else you wanted to say, Shaban?
No, thank you.
Okay. Vidya.
How do you put this? Oh. Yeah, good morning. I think that some of the issues that have been brought forward, some of them pose an imminent need for something to be done. They're not all on the same platform. But certainly if someone cannot get down from their building, 7 days is a little late. That needs to be addressed. Similarly, the cooking part, if a burner is not able to function and people cannot cook, I think that comes in a different category from, let's say, maybe one toilet in an apartment getting blocked when there's a second one available. So you need to address these issues if they're so imminent. I don't know, I'm pretty new to this board. I don't know if there's another committee to whom this can be, if someone can be called rather than the general complaint, I'm calling from apartment so-and-so, can you do something? Because that may not get the quickest response. But to me, these are dire emergencies. Someone cannot get down from their house, it's dangerous. With regard to the situation with the cancer patient and the termites versus the termites, would it be possible to afford some kind of a temporary lodging for the cancer patient while the termite issue is handled?
The mutual has a specific policy, and that was what was given to Mr. Davis. So we're working through that process,
Okay.
and a determination will be made as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah. And my last comment is about the, what was that person? Ellen Leonard, and I side with that, with Ellen. I don't think that board meetings should be places where campaign speeches or anything resembling campaign speeches should be made. This is not the place to do that. So with that, I'll end.
Thank you. I'm going to ask just a general question to Shaban regarding concerns that come in from members that are on the emergency basis. The toilet's flooding the unit. Water won't turn off. Is that when they call property services under an emergency request like that? Is that handled in a way that they're given a time that someone's going to be out, or someone will be on an emergency basis will be out right away, or they'll maybe be out in the afternoon, maybe the following day? What's the response on an emergency request like that?
Emergency requests involving water, for example, are dealt with immediately.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments?
Regarding to your question, can I ask from Shiban? Shiban, as a, I don't know, maybe idea, put it in the bright idea or something that the a staff has, that what is the best that quickly respond to some emergency? I am really thankful when people making effort and come here and by afternoon get the response. But how we can do this one if somebody is in the wheelchair or cannot come here, can have the same opportunity and get in the afternoon the response? So my question is, many people, they are coming here because after days and days and days calls resident service, they don't get response. Some of them after years, even 2 years. Then at the end, they are coming here. So my question is how we can prevent this one. And before they are coming here, we respond, as Vedia says, some of them has priority. And she mentioned 3 of them that I agree. So what is the idea? What is the best solution that you can provide for us?
The best solution is to go through resident services and indicate why it is an emergency, so it can be given the due process that it needs. Alternatively, if you are unhappy with going through resident services, once you've tried, you can always elevate it to the general manager's office. The email address is generalmanager@vmsinc.org.
Thank you. I hope residents here and doing that one. Thank you.
Lenny?
Okay, Pearl.
One of the things that I would like to suggest, for some reason, toilet breaks Friday afternoon. Something leaks, always it's on Friday afternoon. They call me at 1 o'clock, and I usually was able to get somebody out there before 5 or over the weekend. So I think the waiting is, waiting makes matters worse. And as soon as it happens, get hold of resident service, get hold of resident advisory. When it gets to a resident advisory, we get on it right away. And, I'm not saying that we can solve every problem, but I have dealt with a lot of this water intrusion problems, and I was able to get a quick response based on the emergency. And it's always Friday afternoon.
And I do want to add, Pearl, if I could, that you can contact security after hours, and on weekends you get the same level of service if it is an emergency.
Yeah. So based on what I've seen over the last 24 months, we had a pretty good luck. But then, some people, they wait till the following morning and go to the resident service on Monday and keep waiting and waiting and waiting. But I think we need to address there are different avenues that can address their issues based on their emergency situation.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move ahead. Response to past open forum speakers. Director Scott.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President. In the last board meeting, we had a few people that they came, and two of them actually came this board. Joyce Ellen, 697C. She complained about water overflowing in the toilet. She was not given a time frame when staff would show up. When staff finally showed up, service no longer needed. The response is, per request service customer service manager, while we don't give estimate time, there are expectations and the agent should have consulted with the dispatch or supervisor to reach out to a staff to coordinate a time to ensure we don't miss the resident, which unfortunately twice on this case. The agent entered this ticket as emergency, which means that staff will be there as soon as possible the same day. Also, the agent made the mistake that when he advised the residents that this would be entered as priority, he should have clarified that this is considered an emergency ticket. We have now spoken to the agent and provided some coaching to avoid this kind of issue. The next one is Ed Scanlon, 848Q. He reported that he received a notice of disciplinary that turned out to be an error. Notice should have been sent to another manner. He wants a formal letter for apology. He is concerned about the safety of the electric water heater in cabinets throughout the community. Lastly, he also wanted to know when his water heater will be installed. The response is, this unit has a cabinet blocking the staff from installing a water heater. The cabinet is the responsibility of the Unit A, and compliance sent the letter to the incorrect unit. The compliance department reached out to the residents and apologized for the error and sent a formal apology. MNC Assistant Director, he will have the manager contact the residents and work directly with him to get his water heater replaced in a timely manner. He will also address the safety concern he has. The water heater are compliant regarding to location, and these are electric and not require and require no venting. The next is Jerry Miller, 3020C. She talked about her frustration with the moisture intrusion issue that she experienced. She said she experienced 4 roof leaks and damaged a hardwood floor, and never received a call back from a director. The director of operation has reached out to the resident, and she expressed her frustration with her customer service experience throughout the process of having her roof repaired. She was very complimentary of the work and the professional work of service of pro workers who are our dry down vendor, and very critical of lintel roofing and their inability to complete the work currently at the first time. At this time, all outstanding work items have been repaired except for the touch-up paint in the beam. The next is Jim Ropo, Unit 51B. He talked about the issue of a broken utility cap on the sidewalk of Cali, Oregon, near the driveway to Clubhouse 3, which is a tripping hazard. The response is the AT&T repair tech viewed the area and ordered a new manhole cover. A temporary cover has been put in place until AT&T can put in a new concrete base. The temporary cover makes the area level for now. We would we would leave the cones out there until AT&T can do the complete fix. We were told that AT&T has escalated the ticket for the permanent repair. On 8/31, the cover has been fully repaired by AT&T and cones have been removed. And the next is Elizabeth Romano. She talked about the retaliation issue toward her. She also asking where the reserve money went. The response is, this happened a few years back. The issue was closed and allegations were unfounded. Per complaints and security, there is no open harassment case right now. There is also no money missing. All financials are audited annually, and the findings are reported to the residents. The next is Andre Tong, 188B. He talked about the clutter policy, particularly about the pot issues. He complained that VMS is proactively looking at selected individuals. He also commented that VMS should set up rules to help residents, not rules to threaten them. And the response is that it is board that makes the rule, not VMS. And VMS has the responsibility to enforce the policy that the board created. And the last one is Harold Mendez, number 421, Unit B. He is asking the board to hire an outside financial auditor. And the response is our financials are audited annually by the outside auditor, and these are posted on the website under the document tab. And that was all response for the last time.
Okay, thank you. There was one other issue that I raised last month and at the board meeting, and it was regarding carport clutter. And just to explain it one more time, is a number of residents in my area, my cul-de-sac, and other residents too, were cited for one or two little items in our carports, and very minor items. And I actually heard from a member, Nancy Carlson, I don't know if she's still here, but Nancy had researched the carport clutter policy from mounds of evidence or mounds of detail in our Laguna Woods website. And she sent me some information about the policy. One of the policies was that if the carport clutter just had one or two little items that were really not representative of clutter, that there wouldn't be a cited as carport clutter. So I just wanted, it seems like a big waste of time unless the clutter is excessive. And I just wanted to ask Shaban if she's looked into this problem in our community, and because it is if it's not needed to cite residents for very minor issues, then we should stop it at this point.
Our security director, Eric Nunez, was going to provide an update. I don't see him here in the audience. I'll see if I can have him stop by.
Great,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can I add something? Since Shiban is here, and unfortunately, as we said, the head of security is not here, is it possible to be a training for the security that they train that they are not the police department here, and they are more friendly and then kind of like social worker to the people. I'll give you an example. This has happened 4 days ago. I am driving, and in this street is not very loud and only one car can come. A security car is right on the curb, and then a big patrol next to him, and these two is talking, and I am standing in behind. When he saw me with the hands, it says, that means go around. Well, I am right on the curve. I said, I'm not going around because I don't know who is coming. And the guy came out and said, of course, then said, gosh, I am telling you, go around, because it's my supervisor. Supervisor cannot move. And I said, no, I'm going to stay and let your supervisor move because I'm not put myself in danger because supervisor wants to talk to you in the middle of the street. So this is example. And I am saying that please a training that this service is more social service, more friendly rather than a police department. We have police. If we have some emergency, we're going to call 911. That was my experience. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item number 9, VMS board update, and Director Robledo. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge some of the comments made today about emails or follow-up items not being perfect. And I'm the first to raise the issue. I've raised this since I've been on the VS board, and I think we have had some improvements, but we still have work to do. And I think that the goal is that any communication is acknowledged within 24 hours. And that way you know that you're in line, you're being considered, versus having the resident have to call back because they think that they don't know whether they're in line, they don't know where they stand. So I think we brought that up at the board many times, and it is a work in progress. But today I'd like to talk about communication, and I had prepared this, not even knowing about the comments. But I think that VMS does an excellent job communicating in general to its members, through whether it be through television, through the e-blast, various ways. And again, I do acknowledge the follow-up communications, and we're working on that. But this is a slide that talks about all of the ways that Laguna Woods communicates with its members, starting with meetings like this that are open forum, they're televised, they provide a place for residents to have their voices heard. The new, relatively new thing that's very effective, I think, is having an email every week from Laguna Woods talking about what's up in the village. And if members are not receiving that, I'm going to go over how to sign up for that, because it's not automatic. You do have to sign up for it, but we have 17,000 people signed up for it. Other ways is through kiosks and paper flyers at the clubhouses, through print mailers. The Village Breeze comes out every 2 months, has a lot of information in there. And then television, we have the Laguna Woods television shows that are broadcast on Channel 6. Next slide, please. So the e-blast, as we call it, is it's called What's Up in the Village, and it comes on Fridays, and it has all of the activities that are of note. For example, there may be a bazaar at Clubhouse 4 showing art, and, so it gives you an indication. It also has the movies of the week. VMS and GRF provide, they actually purchase the rights to movies to show on Channel 6. And they're usually pretty good, and they're picked based on our demographics and our preferences. So to subscribe to it, on the website at the top it says Contact Us. You can go in there and just fill out the information directly, or you could just send an email to info, I-N-F-O, at lagunawoodsvillage.com. And both of those would get you signed up. If you send the email, then you can ask to be on the next slide, please. There's 2 outgoing emails, one for emergencies and one for the What's Up in the Village. And if you do the info at lagunawoodsvillage.com, you can ask to sign up for both of them. Just make sure, of course, your email would be on the email, but just put your Manor number and who you are. Next slide, please. You can also sign up for Code Red on the website. Thank you. Our website has a lot of information, and sometimes it's not as intuitive to navigate. But if you are interested in the activities of the clubhouse, the calendars are there, and it's under amenities and activities calendar, and I find that very useful. You can know in the gymnasium what time pickleball is or what time the volleyball. There's a little chart there that has that. Also, there are GRF-sponsored activities at the clubhouse, for example, spin class or yoga or other things like that, then residents can partake in, and they're all listed there under that calendar. Backing up one, the news, if there's something of interest, there's a news page, and also the calendar of board meetings is also there. So if you're interested in a certain committee or a certain board, you can go there to see when and where the meetings are. Next slide, please. The Village Breeze is a really well done publication. Includes items of interest and also information from the village and maps and things like that. We're fortunate that we do have sponsors that help pay for that, so it's not an expense of the mutuals. And I don't think it needs much more. We all get it in our mailbox too. That's a passive communication where you get it in your mailbox. Similar with the email. See, once you sign up for the email, that's a passive communication. You receive it. You don't have to go to the website to find it. It's just there, and you can decide to look at it or not. One of the things that VMS and the mutuals are required to do is send an annual disclosure notification about the budget. And because it's so thick, it costs a lot of money. It costs $7.50 per manner to mail. So this, we will comply with it, but we have a paperless campaign. If members sign up to receive that in an email, number one, it's probably easier to store, so you don't have to keep the paper around. You just store it in your computer for future reference. But also, it'll save, if everybody signed up, it'll save $90,000 a year, which is real money that can offset other increased expenses. And the way you do that, again, info@lagunawoodsvillage.com. You can ask to be paperless for the annual disclosure, or you can call into resident services as well to do that. Oh, I take it back. In the mailing this year, if you do get the paper, there will be a form in there for next year to sign up and opt out of the paper. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's all those are interesting, but this is like a promotion or campaign to go online to save time. Because if you look at our statistics, the average wait time in person or on the phone is 7 minutes. And if 7 minutes is average, that means that there are people waiting longer. And sometimes you do want that immediate acknowledgement. But I think for things, for example, I've used this. I've found these emails useful for things like a broken washing machine or a pothole or things that you want to report that you don't necessarily want to wait 20 minutes to report a broken washing machine. So what I've done is taken a picture of the machine and a picture of the building number and then send an email to this, and then it gets in line and gets fixed. No one has to answer the phone, and you don't have to wait online reporting it. But that's just an example. There are other ways to do it, but it's a way to use this system. So the email is residentservices@vmsinc.org. So resident services, no dots, just all one, residentservices@vmsinc.org. There are also other similar emails. Well, let me go over Dwelling Live. Dwelling Live is another one that I find it useful to use my online or my phone application to do Dwelling Live, because I don't have to call and I don't have to wait, and it's immediate and it goes in and it's easy to use. If you don't have a smartphone, you could do it online. It's under lagunawoodsvillage.com/passes, PASSES. That's here. But it's a way to save time by using online services. It not only saves your time, but it also saves staff time, which equates to save money. There is another way to report items aside from the email. It's our portal. It's called portal.lagunawoodsvillage.com. In addition to reporting items that need to be fixed, you can go on there and make your payments. And there are other services that you can access online under that address. Next slide, please. Continuing with the email, Manor Alterations also has an email, and it's manoralterations@vmsinc.org. Compliance issues, if you see something that you think is not in compliance with our rules, you can take a picture of it and send it to compliance@vmsinc.org. Again, it's something that allows you to do it without having to wait in line or, continuing amenities. Of course, we have our golf systems. When people who are interested in activities kind of find out how to do it. I like tennis. We have our tennis reservation thing, so you can look for those to get you in line. Anyway, that's an update, and I'd be glad to answer any questions for you.
Good.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Two questions. Number one, when we request for receiving by email, do we get a confirmation that they received this one? Because I sent and we didn't get any information. I don't know at this point, I don't know they are going to send it by email or I'm going to receive.
I'll refer you back to my initial comment. It's work in progress. But, and I have had, as a member, I changed my hat, I become a member. I have had that bit, but I've brought it to attention. It's very specific, and the comment was made earlier. We need specifics to find out why things aren't working. And an email is a good way to have specifics because you say, well, a phone call, you don't have a record of it. But an email, you have a record of it, and 2 days go by, you're not acknowledged. Then you can escalate it to the general manager. Oh, that's the other one, general manager at vmsinc.org. I would encourage people to go through channels and trust the system. But when the system doesn't work, then you escalate it. And we've made that available so that it would get attention from the general manager's office, not necessarily Siobhan, but she has two.
Are you suggesting that all of us that we didn't get confirmation that we receive by email the new budget for this year, which I applied, should we send to a manager to make sure that they receive our request or not? Because my concern is I did not receive confirmation.
Can you please give me the date or the time that was sent, and I'll be happy to follow up?
The first moment that you said that, I don't know.
There's an auto response now that you should get when you send in an email.
Oh, okay. We should receive it automatically. Oh, we didn't.
But I'll be happy to reverse engineer what might have happened in the case that you suggest.
Sure. And then,
in a case like that, if you get in the mail, you know it didn't work, and then.
Okay, so $7.
But I think the escalation is more along the lines for the elevator problem or things that are urgent.
I
and
understand.
You can escalate it.
And my second question is, I saw lots of good information this last 3 pages that it shows, which I took a picture. Is it possible you put all of these 3 in one page? I understand that many says, but I am forgetting, and some of us maybe we forget by noon today what you said here. So send it a page to the mailing that you are sending to all of this budgeting for this year. Or you said we are receiving a page that do we want next year, and put on the top, please keep this information on the refrigerator or something.
I think that's an excellent idea, Siobhan. Is that something we can do with an annual mailing?
Yes.
We'll work on that, yes.
But in addition to that, I think there's going to be a TV show. Aren't you going on TV to talk about
Yes, we're going to talk about all communication channels next Tuesday on this day. So it'll be available on the YouTube recording as well with the graphics to go along with it.
Okay. Thank
you. I just want to thank you for trying to get this communication to us, and it's very helpful to receive it, and I appreciate your time and your efforts on behalf of us. The PC Club, I just wanted to let people know, is having a technology class on all the technology tools to help us communicate better. And that's like dwelling live, those sorts of things. And so there's room availability. It's on September 20th. and it's from 1 to 3 p.m. So for those people that are having trouble trying to do this, I would really encourage them to attend this meeting. I'm going to attend. For some reason, I have difficulty always trying to pay my circuit training class, and so I'm going to go and really learn how to do this well. So
Great.
thank you again.
Thank you. Go ahead. Ken.
I'm kind of a little bit confused, Robledo. We don't have any three-story building, so we don't have any elevators that are controlled by us.
Yes, we do.
But those are not our responsibility. Those are the responsibility of the owners.
I don't know.
And that's what we're researching, whether it's a lift that's the owner responsibility or whether it's our responsibility, and you'll have an update shortly. Thank you.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to side with Director Aquacar here. Those are not really elevators, they're lifts, hydraulic lifts, I think. Thank you.
So we do have 2 member comments at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
First one is Ellen Leonard.
Thank you, Manny, for that report. I do want to make it clear that we carry, and this is a GRF, but we pay the shared expense for the recreation department. I ran across the shared expense for the recreation department in 2017. We paid, it was $89,059 a manor at that time. And now, in 2023, we will be paying, let's see, I had to take screenshots of it, we'll be paying 43 cents a manor. So what he says, that they get donations, something's paid from this recreation budget. So salaries, I don't know, whatever, but I wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dick Rader.
Dick Rader, 270D. I just have a quick suggestion. The excellent presentation that was just made, could it be published in the Breeze so that people have something they can refer to?
And the last speaker is Nancy Carlson.
Hi, I just got a number of email communications, and I forgot about mentioning this earlier. This is for Siobhan. Apparently, the Unilect, if people haven't gotten ballots, I've had several people do that, and then I got a bunch of emails this morning said they didn't get ballots. They called the number. I don't know the procedure, but they called the number. They said it's difficult to find on our website. And then when they call, I guess it's Unilect, is that the name of it? Unilect, in turn says, well, we don't deal with the ballots and the pickups. I don't know really what's going on, but my request, can you contact Unilect straight away? Find out what they're telling the residents, whether if they can pick them up here or if it can only be mailed, because there's confusion about it. And you may need to do an e-blast to the residents if there's something specific on it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's
Can
go.
I just add, because yesterday I was in a gathering and 10 people announced that they didn't receive ballot yet. Just information for people. I don't know what's going on. I thought by now, but 10 people raised their hand and I said, who didn't receive the ballot? 10 people raised and said, we're waiting.
Thank you. Okay, next is CEO report. Siobhan.
Thank you, President Ross, honorable members of the board and our residents. I would like to start by highlighting our Employee Service Awards and to thank the board members who joined us yesterday in celebration of the employees who achieved milestones in their tenure in providing services to our community. I ask that you please join me in thanking and showing appreciation to the employees for their dedication and many contributions to our community. Notably, one employee is celebrating 50 years of service to our community. I would like to acknowledge and thank Clem Sanchez, our tree foreman, and our landscaping department for 50 years of service to our community. We also have 3 employees who celebrated 45 years of service, and they are Alfredo Castro, a land foreman in our landscaping services department, Roberto Escobedo, maintenance painter in the maintenance and construction department, and Alfredo Mendoza, also a maintenance painter in our maintenance and construction department. We also have a 40-year employee, Rafael Balderos, a gardener in landscaping services. We have 2 35-year employees, Geraldo Cortez, an irrigation technician in landscaping services, and Pedro Dominguez, a general paving worker in our general services department. 3 employees celebrated 30 years of service, Pamela Bashline, our community services manager, Jose Robles, a lead carpenter in the maintenance and construction department, and Tony Ward, a lead in our maintenance and carpentry division in the maintenance and construction department. These employees have dedicated their careers to serving our community, and I'm very proud of their service. There are many other employees who are on different milestones, lesser tenures, but 10, 15, 20 years, and so forth. So we celebrated them yesterday, and again, wanted to extend our thanks and appreciation to them. I would also like to provide a quick update on the Bright Ideas program. Since the program was developed and implemented in January, 5 awards have been issued to date totaling $4,500. These are for ideas that save $71,000 annually, and this savings has been reflected in the proposed 2024 business plans. The newest recipient is Ryan Costello. He's our warehouse manager who worked with the water heater vendor and distributor to improve the purchase process. By agreeing to purchase a specified amount annually, the vendor and distributor will store units locally and provide units at a reduced cost. This saves more than $26,000 per year. There are 7 additional suggestions under review in the program, including a certified mailing reduction, which may save $4,600 annually, a paper reduction idea, which may save $5,300 annually, and a uniform modification, which may save $9,000 annually. I also want to remind residents that our manor alterations counter is being remodeled. This will deliver a more accessible and accommodating experience for our residents when they come in for assistance. While the renovations are in progress, residents may visit Windows 7 and resident services for manor alteration services. The remodel is expected to last 6 weeks. I would like to conclude with a few recreation reminders, please. The first is that Clubhouse 4 has new weekend hours. Clubhouse 4 is now open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Studios are working towards having volunteer supervisors in place to be open for that entire time. But this is an expanded service that we're excited to provide to our residents. Additionally, we are reminding our residents that maintaining security at recreation amenities is important. Please remember that residents are required to be in attendance with their non-resident guests when they partake in their recreation amenities. And lastly, the Health and Wellness Expo is Saturday, October 7th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Clubhouse 5. Our sponsor is Memorial Care, and they will be offering vaccines to the first 400 residents who sign up, and this is the flu vaccine. To schedule an appointment for the flu vaccine, please visit memorialcare.org/LWFLU or call Jessica Sanders at 949-452-3791. And again, that's for a influenza vaccine. And that concludes my update this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siobhan. I think we're going to do a short 10-minute recess, and just to give everyone a chance to go to the bathroom or whatever they need to do. Please take a stretch, take a break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Resume the meeting with the number 11 consent calendar. So is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is there a second?
Can you
A second.
repeat that motion again, please?
Is there a second to approve the consent calendar? The consent calendar. Item number 11.
I'm sorry, who moved and who seconded? I did.
I second.
First by Allison, you seconded. Okay, so consent calendar is approved. That's items 11A through E, right? Okay, so we're ready to start unfinished business, and that's 12A. And 12A is entertain a motion to approve the recognition agreement for non-institutional lenders, July initial notification, revised August, postponed 28 days, notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So I'm going to ask Sue to read the motion, which is 12A.
Well, it should be all at once.
I'm sorry, I'm getting there, I apologize. I'm at the kumquat tree, so just, I'm getting there.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, here we go.
Recognition agreement for non-institutional lenders. Whereas the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors carries a fiduciary financial obligation of the corporation, and whereas United Laguna Woods Mutual Bylaws, Article 3, Section 1, provides that prospective members unable to satisfy financial requirements may be approved for membership if another financially qualified person enters into an agreement with the corporation to become financially responsible for expenses associated with such membership, and that other person meets the financial requirements established by the corporation. And whereas a guarantor agreement has been developed to comport with the Article 3, Section 1 of the bylaws and has been in use for many years. And whereas on June 27, 2023, the United Finance Committee approved the United Recognition Agreement for non-institutional lenders, whose purpose is to research loan options and re-examine current policies restricting the use of private loans. And whereas a prospective member currently have two avenues available to satisfy United Laguna Woods Mutual financial requirements. One, they may qualify financially on their own merits with or without a loan from a qualified financial institution or non-institutional lender who have entered into an individual recognition agreement with the corporation. Two, they may obtain a guarantor who meets the financial qualifications established by United Laguna Woods Mutual from time to time. Now, therefore, be it resolved September 12, 2023, that Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the United Recognition Agreement for non-institutional lenders as attached. And resolved further, the Resolution 01-16-107, adopted on November 8, 2016, is hereby is superseded and canceled. Resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move this resolution.
I second. Oh,
Okay, it's been seconded. Okay, so just briefly before we go into discussion, because I know there's a lot of discussion that's going to be about this. This resolution has come before our board last month, and it was approved, and it went out for 28-day notice, and it's now today, where we're reviewing it again and are going to vote on it at some point after the discussion is finished. And so with that in mind, I'd like to go around the room and ask for director comments And I'm going to not have the same director commenting 4 or 5 times on the same issue. Each of the directors are going to have a chance to comment on this issue 1 time or maybe twice, but that's it for 2 or 3 minutes. And so with that in mind, and then we're going to turn it over to members to have their chance to talk about it. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and open the floor to directors. And I know Maggie, she might have something to say regarding this. So if you wanted to have your chance to talk about this, Maggie?
Yes, I would. First, I'll apologize to the...
Microphone.
First, I will apologize to the ad hoc members for last time I said they could make bracelets of the loans they gather in United, and they're creating a recognition agreement for themselves. That is partially true, but it's kind of unkind and uncalled for. I was upset by the manner in which I was treated, and other members have been treated at the ad hoc committee meetings. We were told there would be no agenda, we must not sit at the table, there would be no comments or questions, and we had to remain silent. That was unusual, and it was bad treatment, and I felt we were treated badly. And still, there is nothing which limits the lenders. There are no qualifications, no requirements or limitations for the lenders. I have 17 questions here. I tried to ask some of them last week. I would like to have, instead of us fighting about this here, but I will fight about it here if I have to, I would like to move to postpone this discussion until we have a discussion with the board and the ad hoc committee members and get to ask all our questions then before we come back again another time to vote. I would like to move that resolution first. No second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Chair?
Was there any discussion about that? Do we vote on that, or what?
Yes.
Okay, let's vote on it. So what's, no, at this point, this is between the directors. So can you explain your motion, what your motion is?
I said that we will move to postpone further discussion of this agreement until there has been an open, scheduled question and answer meeting between the ad hoc committee members and the board, open for United members to attend and also ask questions.
Okay. Is that clear by staff too? Do you understand the resolution or motion? All those in favor of the motion?
No, hold on. When a motion passed before vote, we should talk about debate.
Well, okay, is there
So
anyone
because,
who would like
yes,
to debate?
because my comment is this come back 2 months ago. And things that maybe residents don't know, President Ross sent this resolution, this recognition agreement by email to all the directors. And 3 emails that we received that if you have any questions, please send it so we can send to the legal counsel, we send it to the ad hoc committee. All of these that Director Blackwell asked right now, it happens 2 months ago. And she actually sent, and other directors sent some questions, and all of those questions were considered. Some of them our legal counsel added to this one, and there is a reversion. That's what you're seeing in the second one. So after that, the email says, the last email that President Ross sent says, any question, read it, the document sent, none of the directors sent any question. Now she's coming back again and says, I have 17 questions. So is it a trick? Are you tricking people? I don't know what's going on, but I have all of those emails, and anybody wants, all of 11 us will receive that email from President Ross. I don't think so we should play with the life of residents because of some ego that we have in us. Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
I voted against this, and so.
Please.
Microphone.
I voted against this, and I think it has been rushed, and we haven't been able to participate. Like Maggie said, I came to meetings. I was not allowed to ask questions. I could only write it down. I didn't receive an email about my question. If I wasn't at the next meeting, I never knew what happened. But I think this is a very, very serious step. We already did it once, and we stopped it. We are taking the responsibility of saying that you can have outside lenders with any kind of contract they have. They come from any background. We don't know a thing about them. They can be a professional. They can be an amateur. They could be anything. And we're allowing this. Why can't we take a little more time on this and look at it again? I see in the revision, we're only supposed to add 2 things, and that was a modification to the third paragraph and number 16. And now we've got extra things in here and no red line in this packet. And I'd like to see a red line. So that's my question. That's my
Pearl.
My comment is, I basically think that this resolution is very important. At some point, we are going to need some type of lending, mainly because our value of our property has gone up, and it's very difficult to have anybody come in and buy property with cash. And as one of our members mentioned, she wanted to remodel, and she wanted to get the money out from the property. Or somebody is looking for the cost for the surgery, and they don't have any cash, but just have a clear property, and they want to take some money out. And these are very, very valid points, and some people might like to invest. Because this is such an important issue, it also requires transparency. And I feel that we always talk about our property value is going to go up. It's going to increase the real estate activity. It is clearly a real estate related issue. We have 2 licensed real estate agents on our board. We might even have potential lenders in our board. We have no idea because a couple of directors chose not to answer if they consider being a lender. So I think these things has to be ironed out, and this resolution is a very important resolution for everybody and can bring huge benefit. But I do feel that we need to iron out some of these details, and I do feel if there's a conflict of interest with the real estate agent and the potential lenders, they ought to recuse themselves from this resolution. And if we feel that we heard from the attorney, I haven't heard anything from the attorney. It might have been a private a conversation between this committee and the attorney. The attorney should be present, either in person or on Zoom, and give us his position regards to this conflict of interest. And if not only the conflict of interest in this matter, as the board directors, we also have a code of conduct. We should not get involved ourselves if there is a question of conflict of interest. And I feel that that matter needs to be dealt with before we can vote on this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk to the resolution of Maggie's resolution, not
Lenny,
the recognition
That is
agreement.
to postpone.
Lenny, can I just say something?
Wait 1 minute. Were you next, Vidya? I guess go ahead, Vidya.
Okay, so I think this issue involves 2 separate things. Number 1 is whether what is being proposed is an acceptable thing of going forward. And the other thing is who should be voting on this issue. There's 2 separate issues involved here in my mind. And what I heard the last time around, there was the attorney has not been present. I would like the attorney to give his opinion clearly on a conflict of interest, which should go on the record for everybody to know. They should, the entire United family should know about this. And it's not just and I'm now addressing the second part, it's not just whether something is right or wrong, or, we uniformly pass things that individually we may not agree with, but if the general board passes it, it passes. There's nothing personal here. My question is more to do with the propriety here. We are bound by the code of ethics. I know as an attorney that even if there's a semblance of impropriety, one should not be indulging in that. And I think that same standard should apply to the board of directors. We have a fiduciary duty to the people out here who we represent. And if there is something that just doesn't look right, smell right, whatever it is, then it's not right to do it. If you have two members here who have interests remotely, otherwise, I mean, they could be as remote as anything else. If it just doesn't look right, I think I agree with Pearl that they should be recusing themselves. But that comes for the voting part of it. I'm not even addressing this other issue, so I'll get to that now. This issue, like Maggie said, I don't know for how long this has been, but the answers provided have not been satisfactory. I would need an answer myself before I can even vouch or vote for any of the validity. It doesn't matter if it's one email or two emails. This is too important an issue. We are playing with other things besides the dramatization of a life or something. This is not a life situation here. This is a financial proposition. It's not like an epidemic. It's not a life issue. We need to give this more consideration. I think this is being rushed. I think we need to take a deep breath here, get these issues ironed out, and then take a vote on two things. One is the actual proposition, the actual resolution of what is being proposed here, and the other one is who should be voting on this or who should be recusing themselves on it. So there's two issues.
So, President, can I respond?
No. Cash, I think you were next.
As a registered real estate broker, I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion further.
Okay, can I? Okay. First of all, those people that says that who should vote or not vote or recuse some people, I'm sorry to say, didn't understand the word of non-constitutional. So if somebody knows what does mean that non-constitutional or private, all of us should recuse ourselves. Because private lender could be anybody. Could be Paul that's sitting here, could be that person sitting here, could be Shiban, could be me, could be you, could be everyone. Could be my sister that wants to give a loan to me. So very obviously, the people that's saying this one didn't understand this resolution, didn't understand that who is. All of us should recuse yourself, and every single one, because it's private, is not constitutional. Constitutional is different from non-constitutional. We already have constitutional. If some people and something changed, they can use that recognition agreement. Mr. Dick Ryder, again.
Yeah, I'm going to ask.
Please, Mr. Ryder, again, you are interrupting. Okay. So this is non-constitutional. Okay, so number one, I hope it's clear for everyone. Wherever this comes for a vote, all of you should recuse yourself, because anybody can be. I can get money from Tony. I can get money from Pearl. Because it's private. It's private. If you have a $20,000 and I wanted to get $20,000, as long as we follow recognition agreement, this is supposed to be that. That's number one. Number two, it look right and it smell right, and it was investigated from March. This is not at all a rush. I have been 3 years here. No motion comes here, no resolution comes here that this much investigation and time works on that. And 3 times, Mr. Bowman, our legal counsel, came last time and says, why this one that I am saying is all safe. And they are saying that they want it again and again. So he wrote it, all of these, and it directly comes here. All of these people, I want residents knows, all these 11 people here had a right and had a time to send their questions to be answered. At the last month, we did not receive even one question from any of these now. Now they are coming and say we need more time. Where have you been last month to send your request and your question to be answered? Nothing comes. We have that email. Back to the open session meeting. We had 4 professional people working. It wasn't like director that doesn't know. And some people wants to interrupt. We decided that write down the question like here. And only Director Casey came 2 times, and both times sent the same question, and the same question was answered properly when she come to the next meeting, and then that's not true what you are hearing. I want everybody knows that all steps that they are saying is took action over that. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we're in violation of Robert's Rules and Davis, starting by mentioning other directors by name. I want to call that out. It's a violation of our protocol, Article 13, Section 2. Number 2, we shouldn't be answering questions on email. That's a violation of the Open Meeting Act. People here come up to the kiosk and want to talk about transparency, and we're going to answer questions on email? That's outrageous. Thank you.
There was a mistake. I did ask more than one question, and I believe I was at more than 2 meetings. Now, I did answer and revised a lot of language in the first draft, and all of my revisions were corrected. But I got an email before that saying that they were all, not, they shouldn't be redone. It shouldn't, you shouldn't get 60 days to pay your bill, to pay your loan instead of 30, So all the different things that I asked for were changed, and it's because I had a red line copy and a good draft. And so now this one is, I don't know what's changed in here, because before it was said that there were typos, but they weren't typos. They were actual verbiage that was changed. So I think we need some more time.
Let's go back to the motion, the original motion, which was Maggie's motion, to,
President Ross?
you want to read the motion?
Point of order.
President
I'm
Ross?
going to go.
Point of
No,
order.
it is not debate.
If you want to end debate, you have to make a motion to the previous question. You just can't
Mr.
arbitrarily
President.
end debate.
I thought we were going to go around.
Yes.
We're talking about this motion right here.
Right, well, that's the
Okay.
motion.
Okay.
That's
So,
for the
we will.
motion.
So, does anyone else want to speak to Maggie's motion before we vote on it? Okay, Sue, go ahead.
First off, I am personally very disappointed that the attorney is not here. I put in several requests asking that the attorney be present. And because I knew there were going to be a number of proposals, and I thought it would be very helpful to have our expert here. And I think we really need him. And so at this point, I think we should try to get him on the phone to answer some of these questions and to find out, because I am concerned about some of the things that are being said, that realtors cannot vote on this. I disagree with that, and I would like to have an attorney answer that. Because if we are saying that realtors can't
do this, then why aren't we saying bankers or anybody with personal means or anyone on this board should not be allowed to provide a loan? And maybe we shouldn't. I don't know whether or not that should be done. So I would really like to get some professional advice as to how we proceed. So I would like to talk to someone who is our attorney and or represents us.
Okay, go ahead, Azar, one more time.
Again, one more time, I wanted to repeat, this is a non-institutional, and at any time, anybody can bid. There is no way that this month, next month, it is clearly like that everybody, if you have it and I come from you and I want $20,000, you follow the rules of the recognition agreement, yes, you can loan to me. So anytime this comes to the board, this month, next month, 3 months from now, every director is kind of they should excuse themselves. So let's put it aside. Do not talk about this. This is a private person. So I can take it from her, I can take it from employee, I can take it from anybody alone. So that's number one. So please do not talk about and confuse that one with other. Regarding to mentioning the question that answered, yes, as I said, director sends some concern, and then those concern, as you heard that the director mentioned, I am not saying name, I agree with Tony that we should not mention name.
Point
The
of
director
order.
said, excuse me, I'm talking about
Point
exactly
of
the
order.
question. So
Point of order.
all of
The
those,
motion is
all of
to
those information
delay.
was all of information was
The motion
correct.
is
all of the
to
correction. Excuse me,
wait,
you
put it
cannot
over.
talk
But I
about
know
it.
you just keep going
The
on and on.
motion
Yes.
All right,
The
is
same for
yeah,
you.
post.
Same
I
for
said
you.
what I said, now
Same
we-
for you.
you can't say what you say again because I said something? Come on.
We're going to end the debate.
Yeah. Angry because all of them have said is just change.
You are
We're
done.
going to end debate unless another director who hasn't spoken
Yeah.
would like to speak to this issue. Allison.
Thank you. Thank you. Mindful of our fiduciary duties and mindful of the fact that this whole resolution was brought about in response to demand of our owners, our residents, our members have demanded this because something was taken away from them, and that was the ability to get a loan on their property because Fannie Mae had changed its rules regarding lending and required 100% insurance, replaceability insurance, which we couldn't afford. Something was taken away that had previously existed.
Point of order. The motion is for, let's see,
Postponement.
postponement, not the meat of the issue. The motion is only about
And
postponement.
that's
We
what
can-
she's
talk.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's what she's talking about.
She's talking.
So let her finish.
Therefore,
Let her finish.
thank
Go
you.
ahead. Go ahead, Allison.
Therefore, this has gone on for a very long time. For almost 6 months, this committee has been at work in the preamble to it. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. Keep going, keep going.
All right. To it was even longer. So in our fiduciary duty and our responsibilities to our residents, I feel that we should go ahead and endorse this and not delay it. We are not, let's remember that we are not parties. United is not a party to this loan. And let me remind us also of something nasty about loans. Nobody will lend you money unless you can repay it. And you've got to start repaying that loan
Point
immediately.
of order. This is about postponement.
And I am responding that we should not postpone this any further because there are built-in protections and there are built-in issues that have been already addressed in the body of this resolution and all the documents that's been produced to back it up that do protect us. There is no reason, valid reason in my mind to postpone this any further. I agree with the Director Azari that there is never going to be probably a board that will have no financial interest in this community. We all do by definition of our being here.
Any other directors who haven't spoken to this issue? Okay, so I'm going to open it up to member comments about the motion. Remember, we're talking about the motion that Maggie made.
Decorator 270D. Pearl mentioned that perhaps this should go through, but there may have to be some changes. Well, the thing I'm concerned about was brought up, no lawyer here. So you're arguing about whether somebody should recuse themselves. The code of conduct is mandatory for binding in all directors, officers, committee members, or other volunteers united. Directors and committee members must immediately disclose the existence of any actual and potential conflict of interest relating to themselves, their membership, or manner. It's clear, but you need to have a lawyer present to help you out, to discern and talk about this. So the recusal issue requires a lawyer. That's why the lawyer should be here. And I'll give you another one. I wanted to come up, I'm not saying I'm against the resolution, but I wanted to present something that occurred to me, and it's in the resolution now. It says you can't have a guarantor and a lender. But I came up with a thought where you could get into a situation where somebody may need the guarantor, and they also have a lender. Where's the lawyer so I could ask the question? You guys aren't going to be able to answer it. You need to have the lawyer present to answer. Maggie says she has 17 questions. You didn't hear them. You're voting on a resolution for which you haven't heard all the things that she wants to bring up. You need to have a lawyer present. Okay. And the idea that there is no red line, I have to tell you something. I read these things. And I couldn't find myself. You got 9 pages of fine type, and the lawyer was going to make changes. I couldn't tell where the changes were made because there's no red line. So you're asking residents to come up and say, we have some questions or doubts or comments. How do you find out what it is without the red line version? You need the lawyer present, and you should probably wait until the lawyer votes or tells you whether it should be recusal, whether Maggie's questions or my questions or anybody else's questions should be addressed, not by the board, who are not experts.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker is Tony Mandel.
Mandel 31C, I'm for postponing. There are a lack of protections for our residents in this. I was at the meetings at the beginning, and initially they were it was set up so that people would be able to borrow to buy in. And then slowly it changed so that it became more of a reverse mortgage situation. Well, in a regular situation, if you're applying for a reverse mortgage, you have to go to a counselor. That should be in here. People applying for reverse mortgages have to see a counselor before they apply. I asked at one point, are there any restrictions on the interest that could be paid? And one of the bankers answered very flippantly, whatever you can get. That should put a chill through everybody. There are no protections for our members in this, and there must be. We are a co-op. These people are members of the co-op, and they need to be protected from profiteering lenders. You said usury laws will protect them. Well, you have 2 people dealing with each other, and someone really needs cash. They're not going to care. And those are the most vulnerable, and we have no protections for them in this. And I think you have to postpone and put protections in for our members.
I agree.
Last speaker is Nancy Carlson.
I wanted to speak too.
Okay, I thought we were speaking on the motion of postponing, but if you want everybody to speak.
Right, and we're just speaking to the motion, which is Maggie's motion at this point.
Nancy Carlson, 303. Actually, I am
giving, like to be registered for a point of information on new law that was before the Court of Appeals. So I'll just read it. I'm reading it right off the text. Email discussions by directors are now allowed, or are allowed. 17 years ago, the Open Meeting Act for HOA meetings went into effect. Everyone assumed that emails among a quorum of directors constituted a board meeting and was not allowed. A case was published last month, August. This is dated September 7th, by the way, so August, that said it does not constitute a board meeting. The Court of Appeal for the 4th District held that email communications between board members are allowed even if directors discuss association business. The court reviewed the language of the statute and concluded that a, quote, board meeting, quote, is defined to mean an in-person gathering of a quorum of directors at the same time and physical location for the purpose of taking action on items of association business. They decided that email exchanges among directors where no action is taken do not constitute board meetings. They clarified another issue. We know that emergency board meetings by email require the unanimous consent of directors to hold the meeting. It was unclear whether votes had to also be unanimous. The court indicated once directors authorize an emergency email meeting, votes by email do not need to be unanimous. It would be a majority of a quorum as with regular meetings. So the case site is Linsu, LNSU, number 1 versus Alta Del Mar Coastal Community Association. So this is dated September 7th, so August, it clarified that issue. Could you have email communications? So that addresses what Tony just said in support or denial of this motion. I'm in favor of passing this resolution. I've been to quite a number of meetings on it, and at those meetings, there was communication that the attorney had reviewed things and approved basically what Azar was saying.
Excuse me, could I get that site again, please?
Yes, you can. I'll show it to you.
No, read it.
Could you say it? Because I'd like to look it up too.
You could
Just
show
read
it to
it.
her. You could show it to her. Or you could share it with us all if you want.
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
Let me read this
Could you read it loudly? Because I
Just cite it.
To read the case in its entirety, see LNSU, I'll repeat that, LNSU, number 1, v. Alta, ALTA, Del Mar Coastal Collection Community Association. Doesn't have the case number, but there you go.
Well, we need the case number to look up the case.
No, you don't.
Okay,
We'll provide a copy to everyone.
thank you.
So,
Don't need
Ellen,
a cite. Okay, that's news to me. Okay.
Ellen Leonard. I've been in the mortgage industry my whole life. And we're not talking about real estate here. We're talking about a personal loan. We don't have anything. The only thing we own is our membership. Other than that, it's basically a personal loan. And I object, from what I read, that the lawyer was there. He came in. It has the time, the minutes, how long he was there. I don't know what his comments were, but I object to what that is being opposed or proposed as far as the delay. And private lenders make loans all the time, and they make them sometimes for real estate, and they make them for personal loans. And the rate for that is usually risk equals rate. If you're a risky borrower, you have a low FICO score, you're not displaying that you make your payments on time, then your rate will be higher. So, and the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau will protect a borrower, and that should be disclosed in the agreement, that the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. But other than that, I say we go along with this because the 6 month, this has been going on, and there's members out there that need loans until they can sell their home or buy a home. So, or buy a membership. Thank you.
For the members that signed up for the item initially, did anybody want to speak on the current motion? Manny Robledo?
Can you please, could you stop doing like this? It's non-stop, it's...
I'm Manny Robledo. I'm a member 280P on Avenida Carmel. I want to make it clear that I'm speaking as a member here. With regard to this recognition agreement, for those who understand what a first trust deed is or trust deed is, this is similar to a trust deed in that it gives the lender security so that they can foreclose on the stock certificate on the unit. And what it says is United recognizes the lender as having a lien. Now, United is first because we want to make sure that our assessments are paid. And I admire the ad hoc committee. They went through in painstakingly detailing and went through it. And they did protect United. Director Blackwell brought up an issue that the residents weren't protected. And I actually provided some comments to the committee about adding the requirement that all loans go through escrow. So with the loan going through escrow, the borrower is guaranteed to get the money. So you don't have backdoor deals. So there is protection. With regard to qualified lenders, that's going to reduce the pool of lenders because right now, a lender on this would have to accept our insurance. They'd have to accept being second behind United. There is a niche market for it as portfolio lenders to loan. I think there was an ad in the Globe prematurely saying mortgages are back. I think Barron's Capital was doing that. So there will be portfolio lenders. It will be higher than Fannie Freddie. Let's say Fannie and Freddie are 7.5. This may be 10. Okay. Credit cards are 22, and this 10% is tax deductible. There are reasons why this is a good thing. I helped my uncle sell a property. He had a $500,000 property free and clear. He sold it to his tenant. He got 20% down. He enjoys, it was a while ago, 4% interest on that money. Otherwise, he'd have to take that money and invest it. So this opens up to seller carryback mortgages to family members who want to invest their money. My mother has money. She could loan it to me and make 4%, And I think the protection is in place, requiring the loans to go through escrow. But for us as United to get involved with the details of the loan is not appropriate. It's like us recommending contractors. Oh, you can only use this contractor at United. We don't do that because we open ourselves up to liability. So I think the attorney has opined that it is legal. Unfortunately, he's not here, but I encourage people to pass it today. And it is a legal document, and it does what it's intended to do.
Let's vote.
Other member comments? Okay. Now let's go back to the
Vote.
I think we're ready for the vote of the motion.
Lenny, may I indulge you? I don't think it says in there that it has to go through escrow. I think it says.
16, sir. Out of order.
Okay, let's not argue. So
I just wanted to point out that I think if
finalize
you
your
read.
point.
Does have to go.
Are you done? I think if you look at it, I think as I recall, it says the certificate be held by escrow or some other party. It doesn't require it, and I think he was saying it does require it. But as I was saying, I have a question, and I'm going to tell it to you now, and I need to have an answer because you may want to revise something in this thing. Here's the question. A resident has a large amount of medical bills, operations, they're in rehab. And now they default, they can't pay the lender. So a rich uncle comes along and says they're willing to be a guarantor and cover the HOA fees and the loan. Tom made a recommendation, which is now in there, and it says you can't have a guarantor and a lender. Why would we want to put something in that would prevent a situation like I said where somebody wants to rescue the person? That's the kind of thing where you could go through a bunch of things and say, we need a lawyer's opinion. That's my point.
Okay, okay. So let's, to the motion,
okay,
can staff read back the motion?
It's here.
I do have it written down. Director Blackwell made an amendment to the original motion requesting to postpone further discussion of this item until a scheduled Q&A forum has been provided at a committee meeting, and then Director Kale seconded.
Okay, so that's the motion. So we're going to vote for it at this point, so, or against it. So use
So we cannot
use
answer
your
the
computer.
question?
I think we've already talked enough. So let's go ahead and vote in progress. So vote yes or no or abstain.
Oops.
Yeah, is yes to postpone?
So
and
yes to postpone
No, I see.
or no to not postpone.
So mine is not working.
It isn't activating.
No, it's not.
Director Casey, what's your vote?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
6-5.
6-5, it passes.
So it means that the motion carries?
Yes.
Okay. So just do, okay, so can you do, okay, so it's approved. So this motion is now over. So it'll be up for further discussion. Is that right, Maggie? And
We will, well, we should set a date for the back and forth for the meeting to discuss it, or do it next time. Be sure that we can ask our questions again, because I found 17 new ones when I read it this weekend.
Yeah.
17 new ones. And so we need to hear from the advisors
okay, all right.
and
so
the lawyer.
Yeah.
we're going to discuss, okay, so, all right, fine. Diane?
Could you issue the red line from the last one to this one?
There's going to be a lot of requests.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of questions. So let's discuss it this afternoon, how we're going to further this issue, move forward with the issue.
So can we get the date after we speak with the attorney, because he needs to be present?
Yeah, we'll let's discuss this afternoon in closed
Thank you.
session. Okay, so this issue is done for now.
You have one hand raised from the crowd.
Yeah, well, we're finished discussion on 12A. We're now going to start 12B. 12A. So we're done with 12A.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did. You did
It's
twice.
done. You talked.
Yeah.
You did
Go ahead,
twice.
Tom.
You did
Because,
twice.
because the motion was postponed, then therefore there's no discussion on the main motion because the motion to postpone already made that
Correct.
null and void at this meeting.
Okay, point of information, that's it. Going to do a point of information.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think this is pertinent. I just read you the revised interpretation of the law with direct communicate email. This has been out there for some time. I think this is one of these feet to the fire situations. I've had very senior constituent residents who wanted to get reverse mortgages so they're not forced to move out, and their equity in their home will provide their long-term care to be able to stay in the village. But now that we know that you are allowed to have email communications with each other, that should be able to facilitate sort of fast-tracking all of this issue that has now arisen as a result of this motion passing. All right?
Thank you.
Hold that in mind. I
Okay.
think the residents and members would be most appreciative knowing that this is going forward, because this has been out there for a couple of years now. And we
Okay.
just can't have this dragging on. Thank you.
All right, let's move
Lenny,
on.
could I just make a comment? I think we really have to look at this new law because they're talking about managers, you know, being able to have meetings. So I don't know what the law is. We have to read it because it's vague.
It's not a
vague.
new law.
Okay.
It's
It's
court.
Point of order.
Stop debating about that.
Point of
Let's
order.
stop debate. Okay, this is not debate session.
Siobhan
Okay,
wanted
we're gonna end 12A, and now we're gonna talk 12B. Entertain a motion to approve the revised rules for committee meetings.
Right.
August initial notification, 28-day notification for member review, and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So Sue, can you read 12B?
Yes. Rules for committee meetings. Whereas the board adopted the Open Meeting Act protocol and procedures to establish guidelines, protocol and procedures to conduct board association business. And whereas the Governing Documents Review Committee is tasked to review policy and processes for consistency, clarity, and efficiency. And whereas the committee has recognized the need to establish rules for committee meetings based upon Robert's Rules of Order. Now therefore be it resolved, September 12, 2023, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following rules for committee meetings. The chair of a committee or two committee members may call a committee meeting. A committee can originate recommendations and motions concerning subjects within its area or responsibility without specific instructions from the governing board. A committee should consider particular motions referred to it by the board of directors. A committee acts validly if its decisions are agreed to at a properly called meeting of which every committee was given proper notice. A committee can provide recommendations and actions only if a quorum of its members are present in person or electronically. At least one member of the committee must be physically present. 7, after the presentation of a staff report, a member of the committee may make a motion to accept staff recommendation or to act upon the report. 8, the chair can make motions and vote. 9, residents may be heard during member comments. 10, residents may be heard during member comments. 10, residents may be heard on an issue after committee members' discussion and before the vote is taken. 11, a committee may vote to refer for future consideration an issue suggested by a resident. Resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of this corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move.
Okay, it's been seconded. Discussion, yeah. Tom?
I move we amend that number 6, that at least one member of the committee must be physically present if the meeting's to be scheduled at a physical location. i.e., if a Zoom meeting's called, it doesn't have to have a physical location.
Okay, good.
So I make that amended motion.
I second.
Okay. So we take up the amended,
Right.
this
So-
amended
So
vote-
let's vote on
motion.
the amendment.
Okay. Or any discussion about the amendment before we vote on it? Right? So any discussion on the amendment? Okay.
The amendment, but on other.
So on the amendment, all those in favor, raise your hand. Or I get you, we vote on here. Vote on your computer.
Okay, can I
Director
ask
Kale,
a
what's your
question
vote?
or not?
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I have question before vote.
Well, we've already voted.
So because during the COVID, you can go to vote before, when something comes, we have to discuss. I mean, during the COVID, all the meeting was on the Zoom. If there is nothing to be, although this board meeting was here physically, and then the name was board, but no one comes, and we don't know that COVID or another things coming again. This is wrong even to be here, that mandatory that somebody should be there. I mean, this is not.
So what's your vote, against the amendment or for the amendment?
Point of order.
Yeah.
Chair has called for a vote.
Yeah, and so how's the vote turn out?
We're still waiting on Director Liberatore.
Oh, this thing's not working.
What's your vote? I can put it on there for you. Oh, you have it there. And Director Asghari?
No, you can't go to vote without discussion.
Well, there was no
1, 2,
discussion. I
3,
didn't hear
4,
any
5,
discussion.
6,
What
7,
happened
8,
to the Zoom
9 to
meeting?
1.
We're talking about the amendment.
9 to 1, it passes.
Okay.
It not-
We haven't talked about the resolution.
I know, I have,
So let's talk about the resolution now.
We are
So-
back to the resolution.
We go back to the resolution now. There was a motion in favor of the resolution for rules for committee meetings, and it's seconded. So now we have discussion about the resolution for the rules for committee meetings.
I just have a spelling error here. We need a word here on number 4. A committee acts validly if its decisions are agreed to at a properly called meeting of which every committee member was given proper notice. That's all.
Are you moving that, Maggie? Just a typo. Okay.
Okay. Now, can we talk about that?
Could you repeat the Scrivener's error?
Okay, after the word committee, it's committee member.
On item 4, right?
On item, okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about this resolution. Let's talk about the resolution. Any questions regarding the resolution itself?
Yes.
Azar, go ahead.
I have three of them. First of all, in number 4, a committee acts validly if its decision are argued to as a properly called meeting. What does mean properly? You are not going to put in the motion some adjective or adverb that there is no. What is the meaning of properly and proper notice? Could you give an explanation? Proper to me is one thing, proper maybe to another director is something else. So I need a little bit clarification about this. Should use a writing that be clear for everyone. Proper to me is different from proper maybe to another director. So that's number 1. Number 2, number 6 totally should be eliminated because we had meetings for the whole year totally on Zoom. Although the location was the board, but everybody was on the Zoom because of although you can see still these things is here, everybody was in the Zoom. And you never know what's happened in tomorrow. While we are saying COVID is coming again back, and this should not be there. And number 10, resident may be heard on an issue after committee member discussion and before the board vote is taken. Is that means that after we discuss and then we decided board people that sitting on the audience can jump again to talk? That means twice or just one time? I want to be clarification for number 10. So these are my comments. That's why I'm not agree with this.
May I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. At least one member of the committee must be physically present. That was changed. And what was your change, Tom?
Says if the meeting is scheduled for a physical location and not
Okay.
a Zoom type electronic meeting. I
Right.
don't know the
If the-
exact wording that was put in.
If the meeting was scheduled for a physical location. There we go. Let's see, the other one is the proper place for resident comments is after we have had our comments, but before we vote. If they don't get to speak to us before we vote, then why let them speak at all? That is the traditional way, and that's what we follow. I can't remember, what was your other question?
Well, you didn't answer any of them yet. But number 4, they said a committee agreed to a properly called meeting and proper notice. I mean, what is this?
The blue book tells us what is proper.
Just write down exactly what is here.
It's in accordance with the Davis-Sterling Act, the Civil Code. I'm guessing they didn't want to cite a particular section because it changes from time to time.
Because in the finance, we said proper to the civil code number this. If you read it a few pages before, everything that we write down, we make a refer to the civil code based on this. If you don't want to write down the whole, you can send the refer. Refer to, or you can say agree to the civil code number this and civil code number this. But proper things is not definition. Write down the civil code. What is the civil code? You did it.
Okay, so
This is, okay. We have an agenda here. If you look above the line, it says, "The purpose of this meeting is to conduct the regular United Mutual Board meeting in accordance with Civil Code 4930 and is hereby noticed in accordance with 4920. Every agenda has a quotation similar to that.
Agenda, you're talking about, read it. I'm going to read
All right,
again.
let's not-
A
let's not-
committee acts validate if its decision or agree.
Right,
You're
let's not-
talking about committee, not agenda.
Okay, you've had your chance. Maggie's had her chance. Is there any other interested discussion on this?
No, I call for the vote.
Okay, you call for the vote.
Yeah.
Do we have a second for the vote? Or do we need a second for the vote?
If you call for the vote instead of, is discussion over?
The motion to
Point of
call for
order,
a
are we
vote.
asking for the previous,
ends
a motion for
discussion.
the previous question to stop debate?
That's what she's asking.
All right, that requires a two-thirds majority.
Two-thirds vote.
Wasn't seconded.
If you just,
Oh, it wasn't seconded. I withdraw it.
Okay.
Okay.
I
All right,
just think we're losing time here today.
yes.
we are, but that's.
Yes,
any-
I think this all needed back to the committee and write down the number of civil code, like the finance we are doing. Civil code 2241.
Okay.
Let's vote.
All right, that's your opinion, fine. Okay, so any other discussion before we go to the vote? Okay, let's go to the vote. So all those in favor of the rules for the committee meeting as amended, vote yes or no, or abstain. Yes, no, 5-1.
Passed.
Director Liberatory, what's your vote? I can put it on there for you if you want.
Everyone vote?
Okay.
Motion pass.
Okay, motion's
Thank you.
passed.
Yeah, for the rest of the house, my no.
Okay.
Okay.
New business.
B.
We're at we're at 13? New
13A.
business. And it's town halls. Town halls. So last,
Are we on
13A?
13.
13A? Okay.
13A.
Yeah.
So in September, there was a town hall meeting on finance. Azar, did you want to report on that?
Yes, actually, it was a very well received by residents. I make a PowerPoint about the finance, and I show them how they can find all of this information that they want online rather than just email to directors. And it was very informative. Also, I talk about the investment change and talk about this private loan. Many one was in the favor, and basically no really questions collected. It was very good, well resolved.
Okay, good. And then for October town hall, I think Pearl and Maggie and Diane are going to be moderating a program as far as lodgers. Is that right?
Yes,
And that's going to be at the October town hall.
right.
Okay. Which is an important issue for us that we're going to be taking up.
Right now.
Right. Okay. What's the date of that, October? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. October Town Hall. It's the second Friday, I think. But anyway, okay.
That after the board meeting or before the board meeting?
Before.
Good.
I think it's before.
Excellent. Perfect timing. Thank you.
Okay, and then we're going to, item number 13B.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we do have a resident who'd like to speak on this topic.
On town halls?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Decorator 270D, at some point, would the board consider having Chuck Holland come in, who's our IT specialist, and talk about the type of savings or efficiencies, increase in efficiencies regarding the new software that'll be coming through? I think that's important because residents are always concerned about rising HOA fees, and they can see that VMS is making considerable efforts to save money through efficiencies.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're ready to take up 13B, which is entertain a motion to approve the lodger policy. September initial notification, 28-day notification for member review, and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360. And so, Sue, would you
Yes.
review this?
Lodger room rental policy and application. Whereas Civil Code 1946.5 defines a lodger as a person contracting with the owner of a dwelling unit for a room and board within the dwelling unit personally occupied by the owner, where the owner retains a right of access to all areas of the dwelling unit occupied by the lodger and has overall control of the dwelling unit. And whereas in a context here, in order to classify a guest tenant as a lodger, the shareholder must retain access to all areas of the dwelling unit and have overall control of the dwelling unit. Also under code section 1946.5, in order to remove a lodger from the dwelling unit, the shareholder must give the lodger a written termination notice, which is at least as long as the days before rent payments, not exceeding 30 days. Once the notice period expires, the shareholder can treat the lodger as a trespasser and have the lodger remain pursuant to the provisions of section 602.3 of the Penal Code, i.e. guilty of an infraction, and may, pursuant to Section 837, be arrested for the offense. And whereas the United Mutual Board recognizes the need to adopt a lodger room rental policy and application to ensure compliance with Civil Code 4739 and United's and GRF's governing documents. Now, therefore, be it resolved, November 14th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves and adopts the lodger room rental policy and application as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move this resolution.
I second.
It's been seconded. Okay. Discussion.
Shall I lead?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Maggie.
Okay, thank you. I gave this out to everybody. This is the simplest and most easy to understand that I found online. It's from azazyalan.com, and this explains it. It explains all the pertinent parts that we need to know. Rent is paid every 30 days, for example, usually. It can be paid in other places in 7-day intervals, but we'll use 30 days. So being a lodger is also being a co-occupant. So the lodger will fill out all the co-occupant information, will pass we'll have to do the credit checks, and we'll have to do the criminal background checks. So all lodgers will have to do everything that the co-occupant does. And every non-member resident of the village should be on record as a co-occupant of some kind. There should be none other than guests who are limited to 60 days. So all of these materials are the same as for occupancy. The lodger will not be able to ask for an alteration or ask for a service call unless we have one of these things signed which says they can do so. So otherwise, a lodger may not call the office and say, I'm going to do this, or can you come and paint this, or can you do this? It needs the member's signature, and the member must always be in residence when the lodger is there. This is from the state's desire to get everybody into a residence somewhere, and it will also help those who might need a co-occupant but don't want to sign them up for a year. They can do for a few months or whatever they want. They will be protected because of the forms they have to fill out. We will not be a party to that, but we must have on record all of this information. So this will continue on for a year if that's what they decide to do, and then will be renewable for the next year, month by month, as long as the two determine they can live together. The simplicity that the state put in was that if the member retains the right to access to all parts of the unit, that's where the declaration of trespass allows them to release, after a month, release the person from the agreement and send them away. Say if you've got a hospital date, you're going in for 3 months. Do you want the lodger there? Maybe yes, maybe no, it's up to you. And so if you say no, or your family says no, then you send them away for those months, and later they can return on your request and just renew. So it makes it a little easier to get a lodger and a little easier to get rid of a lodger so that you don't have to go to court. That's the idea. It is the law, and we are complying. There can only be one lodger in a unit. And if the lodger is the third person, then they have to pay GRF the third person fee. They will be issued a card, and they will be issued an RFID sticker and so on, just like a regular co-occupant of any kind. Any questions? Anthony?
Thank you. My thing is exposure here. You know, people are people, and a lender and a lodger at some point in time are going to have some disagreements over what? Over money, over I don't like the paint, or whatever. So I'm worried about exposure. Should we have we don't want to get involved in some kind of legal thing between a lender and a leaser. So should we have a hold harmless signed by the lender to protect the corporation from getting involved in a lawsuit?
Yes,
Thank you.
this is in here. So we are not interfering between the two. We are not responsible for one against the other unless one is breaking any regulations or rules.
But I didn't hear the word hold harmless.
I'm sorry, which?
I did not hear the word hold harmless. It can be used in a court.
Well, let's
I?
look for it. It's there.
I have another question regarding to page 828. In the general information, they said number 2, the last sentence, They said this larger room rental policy applies to only one lodger. Only one lodger per unit is permitted. Why? If it is a couple wants to come and taking care of the
Nope.
daycare person, so why not? That's the question. Why
Then
not?
you get them as co-occupants. If you want them, you have a longer deal. If a lodger is one, it's one.
So
That's-
I didn't understand. Could you explain if I want to rent my room, to rent one room that I have to a couple, I cannot do that?
This says a lodger is a person contracting with the owner of a dwelling unit for a room or room and board within the dwelling unit personally occupied by the owner. It is a person.
That's, I understand. A lodger is one person.
Yes.
I totally understand. My
And you
question
can
is why
only-
two lodgers cannot be in the room?
Exactly right. There cannot be two lodgers. Well, only one. The law says, I'm reading it to you, the law, 1964, it's the second paragraph, second line.
Pamela Bashley.
Yeah, Pam.
Pamela, did you want to
Pamela.
explain that
Hi, Pam.
Yeah, Pam.
or help us understand?
Good morning, directors. Yes, this was one item that delayed presenting this to the board, and that was the issue of how many lodgers could be permitted in a unit. And the law specifically says it's related to one lodger. If you want to sublease your unit and move out of your unit, then you can lease to 2 or 3 people. But if you retain possession of your unit and you bring someone in, for whatever reason, it can only be one.
Okay.
I have a question to Pam. Do you think it's also in agreement with our how many people can stay in the unit? If the couple lives in the unit, they can only have one, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then if I'm a single person occupying 2 bedroom, I can only have one.
Yes.
You could have one lodger.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, I just have a question, and so stay up there a second, Pamela. Does this lodger policy go beyond what's required by the civil code, or is it a bare minimum so that we meet the requirements of civil code?
It not only meets the requirements of civil code, but it allows an easier process of disentangling yourself with an agreement with another individual. So I think the committee members and board members who participated in this discussion were concerned that members have to go through an unlawful detainer action, which is takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of money to accomplish that. This is a civil code that has been on the books for a couple of years, and it really was brought to the committee's attention by one of the advisors who vigorously lobbied for a lodger policy rather than a
Sublease.
policy for these situations. So the distinction is you can sublease your unit, move yourself out, and let someone else have all of the privileges of residing here. Or if you wish to remain in your home and you wish to have somebody with you, as long as that is only one person, that is allowable.
So it has added protections for the
member. Yes.
Thank you.
Pamela, but please stay with us and just make sure that I'm accurate on this. But I was part of the Governing Documents Committee when we were working on this, and we spent hours and hours, week after week, with staff and with our board members and our advisors. And what we wanted to make clear was that this is a policy that is for the association. This policy protects the property of the association while trying to also protect our residents. However, you should have your own personal agreement with your tenant. We are not, in this policy, trying to tell you that this will cover you. Rental law is very complicated, very detailed, and you should be sure to have your own separate contract in addition to falling back on the protection of the association.
Yes, that is on page 25 of 28. The undersigned acknowledges receipt of the larger room rental policy and acknowledges that it does not represent any direct or indirect liability on behalf of United Laguna Woods Mutual, the Golden Rain, and so on, and VMS. Each of these, this page separates, protects us. Thank you.
Any other questions for Pamela?
Yes. Yes, what is the process for the, how can I say this one in the public, is in the health issue that some lodgers might have? For example, we have an issue that someone is not mentally healthy and then make problem for the other person. So what is the policy right down here so we are not getting involved? Because right now we paid lots of legal fee for that single problem that we have and is not solved for 2-3 years yet. So my question is, we're here, we have an opportunity to kind of have a background or who can come as a lodger. Just because somebody wants to come, they can come, or there is a background or restriction that we are not bringing more problem and then spending on the legal fee months after months.
It's on
This is
page
a-
9.
Excuse me?
It's on page 9 under E, occupancy.
So this is
Number?
a separate agreement between a member and another person.
Yes.
It is very similar to your existing sublease policy. When you give up your right of occupancy, it's an agreement between you and your tenant, sublessee, and we make clear in the application that the corporation is not going to intervene to resolve disputes, and that we are not a party to the sublease agreement or a party to the lodger application. So it is really left up to the members. And I would say you're citing a case, one case out of 12% subleases in the village. So that one just happens to be an outlier. It's unfortunate, but it will happen. And
that outlier costs a lot for us, and that's I understand. So yes, you are right, is 1 out of 12%, but that one outlier for 3 years cost amazing for us. So my question is, we're here prevented from not happen like that. And this is in our hand. This is based on our bylaws. Can we put, this is voted by board. Can we add it to this, that a restriction for what kind of prevention? Because we spend a lot on that legal fee.
I understand, and I would just like to say that this policy and the revised application was reviewed, edited, and re-reviewed by council on several occasions, and so
I know, but
it's
show
as
me which one.
it's as fail-safe as we can provide.
Pamela, thank you for your response. I understand, and our legal counsel reviewed many things that didn't pass. That doesn't mean anything. But it means that, tell me number A, number B, number C, where you put it. I am protecting.
I think I could try to help out on this. If you will look at page 11, and it says page 14 of 28 under 13.
Page 11?
It says page 11, and then over to the right, it says page 14 of 28B under agenda item 13B.
Page 11 of 28?
It says rights and remedies. It says lodgers shall, to the fullest extent permissible by law, hold member united, GRF, and VMS harmless from any liability on account of any damage or injury to a person or personal property arising from the use of the unit. And member shall be responsible for the acts or omissions of his or her lodger, including but not limited to all damages to the unit, to the building in which the unit is located, and to the common areas. So that's your hold harmless in that area as well. So I think we tried very hard to address these issues.
Right.
Nothing's perfect.
I didn't say you didn't, okay, excuse me, let me answer my question. I didn't say you didn't work hard. That was not my question. You work very hard, and we all work very hard, don't you? But I wanted to, just because I was 3 years, and I was 3 years, saw how much we spent on that case, and still we're spending on that case. But in that case, my question is, it is the time. We cannot be rushed, just put it a little bit thinking on that one, and prevent from not spending. I am not saying this is not good. I'm saying it's very good, lots of thoughts in that. And I am saying just please make sure that we put prevention. It is a time that we can vote yes quickly and go, and then tomorrow somebody comes and said, well, our hands is cuffed because we didn't ask anything. So there is no reason to be in the
May
rush.
I be
That's
heard?
what I am saying.
I think the hold harmless
Okay,
language was
Maggie.
explained.
Maggie,
You don't need to reiterate and reiterate. There's a hold harmless language right here.
Right.
She just read it.
I
That
think,
is hold harmless
okay,
language.
okay,
your
let's,
By your
Maggie,
view.
did you want to talk?
That's perfect. By your view.
I want
Hold
to,
it, hold
I
it.
want
It's in
to
the
answer what I
document.
think
Maggie,
Azar is asking for. We dare not put in a restriction against an ADA person. And I think that's what you're asking for.
No.
And we dare not put
No.
in such a restriction. All right? So wipe that off. It's up to the lodge, it's up to the member who they take in. They have to fill all these sheets out and get all the requirements the same as the co-occupant. That is all we can do. We cannot limit it in any other way other than what we have. Otherwise, we get sued immediately. I mean, our policy will be illegal.
Yeah.
And so we dare not go into that territory.
What do you ask for the background check?
Yes, yes, the
It's all
background
there.
check is here.
What do you ask?
Okay.
No, we wanted to know, this is important,
if you
because we spend money on that one. You are not in my
It's
seat.
in there already.
It's
Okay,
right.
Give me word.
It's
Give me
right
word.
here on page 12. Occupancy point number 1. You can read that.
Page 12, number what?
Yep. Background and credit checks.
Credit checks, is it important for us? No.
Background.
But we wanted what background? That's what I sent to Maggie, 4 things that Pamela sent to me.
We do not
This is-
need an international background
It is
check.
not international, it is 4 things.
Please.
We're not going to go back and forth. This is not a court.
But Mr. President, this
This
is
is
about
not
the
a court,
money
okay.
that we are spending on illegal.
Listen. We're going to have one person speak. I think you've had a chance. And we're going to let people speak who haven't had a chance to speak about this resolution. So let's have any other questions about this resolution? Any other members, any other board of directors who would like to talk about this issue? Paul, go ahead.
We do have one member comment. This is from Ellen Leonard.
Okay, Ellen?
Okay, Ellen Leonard. I think the whole sublease lodger thing stinks, okay? And this is my opinion. I think that when I moved here, I felt like I was living in an exclusive area. I had to be 55, and I felt like I knew my neighbors. I knew who was walking down the sidewalk. But now, I see new faces all the time. I believe that this will end up costing us money because of it's going to hurt our property values. There's no exclusivity in this area anymore. And renters are more likely to violate the CC&Rs, and also failing to maintain the property. And this is a rule, some rule, A, B, whatever, CCs, whatever, but I understand that Huntington Beach is opposing this rule, and I think that we should actually look at that, because as there's outliers out there, there's people out there that are going to come in, they're going to take over, rent a room, and then they'll end up taking over an older person's unit, and you don't know what will happen there. And this older person needs the money because they can't get the loans, okay? So they need the money, and they'll take in a renter. And I'd like to keep the exclusivity of Laguna Woods.
Yeah, just understand that this is California law.
Yes.
And we don't have an option.
I understand that Huntington Beach is opposing this. This is for homelessness, so we're going to let the homeless come in here.
No?
Okay, Maggie, so would you want to respond to that?
I was just going to say, this is the law. It's been the law for the entire year. It is already September, whatever. We need to comply with the law. Period.
Okay,
I have one more question.
okay. Oh, Dick, do you have a comment?
I was going to bring up this Davis Sterling law.
Okay.
Can you stop not doing this one, Dick? Do you know how
I'm
much you
sorry,
interrupt today?
All right.
Can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, what a credit line, credit checks background of a lodger can help us? Could you explain to me? What does mean that? He is not, we are all responsibilities for the owner. We deal with the owner. What does mean that credit checks? Rather than credit checks, inside the background, put 4 things that Pamela Bashlan sent to me, and I send it forwarded to you.
We have rules for every single person that resides in here. Every single person that resides in the village. Yes, we do.
No.
Okay.
They are
It's not the same.
supposed to.
Okay, we're not
They
going to
are
debate.
No, it's not
supposed
the
to be
same.
registered
Sorry,
with
I'm sorry.
us.
I'm sorry.
They are supposed to be registered with us unless they are a guest. For 60 days, those people can stay. All others have to be registered and have these things registered for us. If they don't, they're out of order, and when we find them, a security is called for them. They are removed from
Point
the
of
village.
order, I am asking about credit check.
All right, or
Explain credit check. What credit check
Like-
can do?
I would like to remind the director.
Zara, if you want to vote against the resolution, you're fine to do
No,
that.
I want
Okay,
answer.
That's
we're
enough,
never
I
going
think.
to end the discussion.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
we're
Can
going to,
anybody answer?
I would like to
the question?
remind the
Of course.
directors to please raise your hands if you have any
Yes,
comments or
exactly.
questions and to not
Yeah.
debate with each other.
so I can
Thank you.
advise
Thank you.
who to talk. So any other discussion by any other members who haven't had a chance to talk? Okay, so I'm gonna move to the vote.
Members.
Members already talked, I think. All those in favor of the lodger policy as it's written, say yes or no, or abstain.
Mine is not. Oh.
Tony has his hand up. I'm not sure why.
It's 8-2.
Okay.
8-2.
8-2.
May I say something? I just want to do a shout out to the committee members and to the advisors, and particularly to the staff. Pamela Bashlane and her staff worked so hard with us on this to try to get a policy together that would protect our property and also comply with the law. And we have to have comply with the law, and they worked very hard to do that. I also want to acknowledge all of the work that Mary Stone, Dick, and our other advisors did on this. They spent weeks and weeks going over this, trying to come up with something, and so their efforts are appreciated. And Maggie, thank you for leading this.
We're going to move on to item 13C, entertain a motion to approve revisions to the alteration fee schedule. Would you read that, Sue?
Yes, absolutely, but I am sorry. I was supposed to offer a resolution to put this on the 28-day notice.
Oh,
So
yes.
if I will move that we put this on the 28-day notice.
Just automatically goes in that.
Yeah, it was approved to go to the
That was
20.
approved on the 28-day
Yes,
notice.
yes.
I'm sorry, I
Yes.
missed that. Okay, all
So
right.
13C.
So now we're at 13C. Okay, 13C, alteration fee schedule. Whereas alteration and variance requests require significant staff time for proper processing, including research, report preparation, presentation to the appropriate committee and board, and whereas in order to offset a portion of the administrative costs associated with processing alteration applications, the board has adopted an alterations fee schedule. And whereas the attached revisions to the alteration fee schedule are recommended to be approved by the board, and whereas the new alteration fee schedule better aligns the fees with the administrative time it takes to process each task. Now therefore be it resolved November 14th, 2023, that the board hereby adopts a revised alteration fee schedule as attached to the official minutes of this meeting and this resolution, and resolve further that future revisions to the alteration fee schedule will be included with the annual assessment letter packet that the Finance Department issues every year in November under the Architectural Review Procedures section of the annual policy statement, and resolve further that Resolution 01-2314, adopted March 14, 2023, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the resolution. I so move.
It's a second, Allison seconded. Any discussion?
I have just a question.
Go ahead.
I can see just some fees. How often this fee, I don't know who was in the committee, that's why we bring it here to question. How often this fees changes and how they are precisely can say, for example, solar application fee is $222 and $3. So how you get to so exact number up to the dollars, like $220, $23.
So, good afternoon, directors. Thank you for the question. So, this is an item that was presented to you before, and the way we figure that amount is we estimated the average number of hours that it takes us to review a solar application packet. This is greatly reduced from the amount that we had before, and this will reflect the actual time that we spend reviewing those applications.
So it's based on the hours that.
It's based on the time that we spend
that timing.
reviewing.
And how often you are changing this fee?
So with the proposal, as you can see, it has two components. One are the revisions to the fee schedule, and the other one is a proposal that this gets adjusted once a year based on the new labor rates that are approved. And that will be the only time when it gets updated is to reflect the new labor rates. Let's say, for example, that we utilize 4 hours to review a certain application, and that is based on labor rates that were in effect at the time that we did those calculations. Then in the upcoming years, there will be new labor rates, and that cost will be adjusted by that amount only. It will not adjust the new rates, only to the amounts to recover the cost of the time that is spent. It may also reflect reductions based on efficiencies that we introduce and that this board approves. For example, simplifying the process of a certain standard or a certain alteration may reduce some of those, and those are going to be incorporated automatically with these adjustments. So once a year,
Once a year, so once a year, okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, that how often, thank you. And this money is not goes to GRF and is only for United, correct?
It goes to VMS.
I do not know.
This money
Shivani.
that we are charging goes to United or goes to GRF?
If it's a United project, it would go to United.
Yeah.
You're sure about that? Okay.
Yes, if it,
Mr. Chair, I move the previous question.
okay.
You what?
Pardon?
Say that again, Tony?
Move the previous question.
Remove the previous question.
No.
Yeah, to move the previous question means I want to end the debate.
Okay.
I need a second, and
So
I
you
need
need-
a two-thirds
You need a
vote.
second.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Okay, so we're ready to move to the vote,
All right.
right? Okay. All those in favor of this alteration fee schedule? Vote on it.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, here.
Okay, it's approved.
Motion passes 9-1.
Okay. Next motion is entertain a motion to approve revised electricity usage reimbursement policy. Item 13D. Can you read that?
Yes. Revised electricity usage reimbursement policy. Whereas the mutual has historically reimbursed members for electricity consumption related to the restoration of manors as a result of moisture intrusion, as well as for excess electricity consumed due to hot water supply lines. And whereas the mutual is interested in revising the current policy to reflect increases in electricity rates. Now therefore be it resolved November 14th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts a revised electricity usage reimbursement policy as follows. For moisture intrusion events where dry down of property is required, the mutual reimburse for electricity used based on the amount of money that the residents spent in excess electricity in the month of the event versus the average cost of the prior month and the month following the event. This average would be subtracted from the amount of the electricity bill for the month of the event. The remainder would be the amount of reimbursement to the residents. For hot water leaks where excess electricity has been consumed, the mutual will reimburse for excess electricity consumption based on the same method used for moisture intrusion events. All reimbursements will be charged to the operating fund. Resolved further that the Resolution 01-1833 adopted March 13, 2018 is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move.
Okay. Seconded. Allison?
Who
Any
did? Who
discussion? Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know this, we have a way of being correct about this, so it's not gets into like a ping pong match. I said, you said. I mean, can we monitor this so we know what we're talking about?
I don't understand your question.
How are we going to discern correctly what the usage of the contractor is and from the lenders who owns it? When you get your electricity bill, how are we going to be sure to determine an accurate number?
Honorable President, I do have Jay Allen here who can address this question.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you all for your time. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Jay Allen, Damage Restoration Manager. So for this current policy, we offer $32 per room. We don't offer anything based on electrical bills or anything like that. Once this would go into place, if it's adopted, those electrical bills would come in with the name of the person who paid those electrical bills, exactly the amount that was over for that manor, for that time period. So it should be able to discern who is able to receive this reimbursement back. And also those get requested through resident services as well. They're checked through the system and a ticket is put into the system for this before we even begin our process.
Okay. Cash?
there are two types of electric cars. Some are hybrids and some are all electric. And then it is very unfair for a hybrid person to pay the same amount as a full electric car. There should be two different categories. Because I have a hybrid. I do not use same amount of electricity as a Tesla. And this is not fair.
Yeah, this is something different. Tom, did you?
Yeah, I'd like to just say, this is not
No,
an
but
exact
same thing
amount, but
applies.
it's a very good business decision, Jay. And I think the way you're calculating it, having heard the members' complaints and that on that, I think this is a good solution. So thank you for the committee that brought this forward, and I think will save some effort in that. So thank you.
And if I may add, it's not about the difference between having an electric car or a hybrid. I think it's more to do with how much that particular member has been spending for, let's say, the last 2 months as against this month to get the difference. Because that would be the excess amount that was spent on the electricity.
It's for
Am I correct on that?
moisture intrusion.
You are correct.
That's-
It's not the previous 2 months, it's the one before
Right.
and the one after, the average of that. Whatever the overages is in the center there, that's kind of what they would get back in
Yeah,
reimbursement.
okay.
The real benefit to this, and we laid it out in here as well, we don't have to chase our tail for changing electrical rates. We don't have to go back and do this every year, every 2 years, every 3 years. This should remain constant, save our time, staff time, your time.
As against the $38 that I got last year.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the revised electricity usage reimbursement, say yes or no or abstain. Okay. Some people haven't voted yet. Cash, have you voted?
Yes.
He abstained.
So, we're missing
Oh, no, he was a no, excuse me.
Director Tuning.
Tom. There you go.
And Wayne.
So that's approved. Is that it? Okay. All right, next is entertain a motion to include non-emergency chargeable services for painting alterations. Item E, 13E.
Whereas the board has established a chargeable maintenance services policy, and whereas in 2017, the board amended the policy to establish a charge of $50 for a missed maintenance appointment to be charged to residents who are a no-show during their scheduled appointment timeframe or do not cancel or reschedule 24 hours prior to their scheduled appointment. And whereas the board desires to amend the policy further to include non-emergency maintenance chargeable services for painting of authorized member exterior alterations. Now therefore be it resolved, November 14th, 2023, that the Board of Directors hereby approves the attached new non-emergency maintenance chargeable services list, and resolve further that the existing service charge for all maintenance chargeable service shall remain $10. And resolve further, the city permit processing fee for work that requires the City of Laguna Woods permit building, if BMS pulls the permit, shall remain in effect. And resolve further, the $50 service charge for when the mutual member or representative is not home for a scheduled appointment and fails to cancel in advance shall remain in effect. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move.
I have a
Okay,
question.
any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Although I agree with this one, but this sentence grabbed my attention that for $50 for a missed maintenance appointment to be charged to the residents who are no-show during the schedule. Today, somebody comes and they said, I didn't receive the shows. And I wanted to see here if it is possible, add something that based on confirmation that the residents received this notice. If you are sending some notice, and actually in my report, I read an apology from them that member didn't receive it, we should not charge them. So I don't know how, because today came this case. It's very fresh, a few hours ago. And how we can prevent that one from charging.
Do you want to amend it? Do you want to amend it? To
No,
say
I
that-
want just to amend it, put a parenthesis after who was confirmed to receive.
Who was confirmed?
That is, they said to the residents who was confirmed to receive the schedule.
Are you on the $50 line?
Yes, the $50 can be charged as long as we know residents knows that she should be in the house. If resident doesn't know and resident not be there, why we should charge them?
So where do you add the words?
It says the board amended the
Is there a
policy to
second?
establish a charge $50 for a missed maintenance appointment if residents was confirmed to receive.
That's, pardon me, that's what scheduled means.
Well, this woman says scheduled, and can you read my report? It was scheduled.
Yeah, I know.
And residents didn't receive it, and there is apology. Do you want I read it for you again? I read
Okay.
it today.
Tom, go ahead.
So,
Yeah, can we get the VMS input on what scheduled means here?
Manuel Gomez
And-
will.
Thank you. So this section of the resolution has been unchanged for years. It's the existing policy. We're just simply saying we're not recommending changing that as part of what we're doing here today. But my understanding is that resident services will schedule the chargeable service task, whatever it may be, with the resident. And so we don't go out there unless the resident has agreed to the date that we're scheduled to do the service. I don't know what the details are of the earlier situation, but,
The earlier situation was the wrong resident was scheduled.
okay.
no, not the wrong one, the water point, that she wasn't.
The letter
there.
was sent to the wrong.
No, no, that's not.
Okay,
that.
I'm not.
Oh, let's not argue.
Okay, what we wanted, even is practiced in the past, we want to just add one word, two words to with the confirmed, just this one, for a missed maintenance appointment that was confirmed by residents. Because if I am not receiving your point, then, and I'm not home, why I should pay $50?
Yeah, I think where maybe we're saying different things is we wouldn't send staff out to do a chargeable service if it hadn't been scheduled with the resident. So we wouldn't, the only way that this charge is going to apply is if the resident or the member has agreed to have us go out on that specific day. Otherwise, we wouldn't go out to do a chargeable service. Again, I don't know the specifics of the
Mr.
case
President,
this morning,
I'm going to
but-
read this response is from VMS. Today I read this one, which unfortunately happened twice on this case. I am reading again. Per RS customer service manager, while we do not give estimate, there are expectation and the agent should have consulted with the dispatch or supervisor. This is about supervisor this is for painting is the same. To reach out to the staff and coordinate a time to ensure we do not miss the residents, which unfortunately happened twice in this case. I read it a few hours ago. So we are seeing that twice happened that the schedule that didn't reach to the residents. That's all I am saying not happened. So my question is just we add this one, maybe you add it better.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Manuel.
My suggestion to the board would be that in the 2 years that I've been here, that's the first time I've heard of that happening. We always have the ability to waive that fee under special circumstances, and I think through the CEO's office, if those cases were to come up, we would do that.
Sure.
That would be what I would suggest.
Now, my question is, was this person even charged the $50?
There is.
I mean, no, I see the complaint about twice missing the appointments, but were they even charged? And if they were, what he's saying is it can be waived.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying to residents, no, just add one vote, and I don't know,
I
Tom
think
is better to putting
I
the
think a
vote.
scheduled meeting is what it is. It's scheduled with the customer. It's scheduled.
Confirm a schedule.
It's confirmed.
Confirm a schedule.
Confirmed means the same as scheduled. They won't schedule it without that.
Okay, all right, so let's, any other discussion?
I don't know, I just gave my concern. I gave my concern.
Okay. All right, let's go to the vote. Entertain a motion to entertain a motion to include non-emergency chargeable services for painting. All those in favor, raise, or say yes or no, or abstain.
Motion passes 9-1.
Okay. Next item is F, 13F. Entertain a motion to approve resolution for herbicide spray guidelines.
Whereas,
13F.
this is, okay, herbicide spray cessation guidelines. Whereas due to staffing levels and the proliferation of invasive kikuya grass, the only practical way to control weeds in the shrub beds and turf edges is the use of herbicides. And whereas some members of United Mutual have requested that staff not use herbicides in the shrub beds adjacent to their respective units, and whereas due to the increased labor associated with hand weeding shrub beds, residents requesting the cessation of herbicide application adjacent to their units should be responsible for the timely removal of weeds and maintenance of the turf edges at the shrub beds. And whereas said members of United Mutual making such requests shall fill out and sign an agreement stating their intention and responsibility to perform the weeding and edging of the shrub beds. Whereas the landscape department shall retain the responsibility for regular pruning of shrubs and the right to apply herbicides to turf areas, insecticides when necessary. Now therefore be it resolved, November 14, 2023, the Board of Directors introduces the ability to request cessation of herbicide applications in the shrub bed areas following the filing of a signed no herbicide agreement. And resolve further, all responsibility of weeding and turf edging in the shrub beds shall become the responsibility of the requesting resident. And resolve further, all other routine maintenance of the shrub beds shall remain the responsibility of the landscape department. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I so move.
Okay, seconded. Okay, any discussion about herbicide spray cessation guidelines? Okay, all those in favor, let's vote. Herbicide spray cessation guidelines. Unanimous.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right. Next item, 2024 business plan. Is there motion to approve? Entertain a motion to approve the 2024 United Business Plan, and entertain a motion to approve the 2024 United Reserve Funding Plan. So is this,
There's a resolution.
There's a resolution.
these are resolutions?
Yes.
Okay. So 2000, this is G, 13G?
Resolved September 12, 2023, that the business plan of this corporation for the year 2024 is hereby adopted and approved. And resolved further that pursuant to said business plan, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby estimates that the net sum of $51,215,478 is required by the corporation to meet the United Laguna Woods Mutual operating expenses, reserve contributions, and restricted fund contributions for the year 2024, after deducting $531,132 derived from prior year's operating surplus. In addition, the sum of $17,316,422 is required by the corporation to meet the Golden Rain Foundation and the Golden Rain Foundation Trust operating expenses and reserve contributions for the year 2024. Therefore, a total of $68,531,900 is required to be collected from and paid by the members of the corporation as monthly assessments. And resolve further that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves expenditures from reserves in the sum of $28,085,532, of which $14,652,642 is planned from the reserve fund, and $13,427,890 from the property tax funds. And resolve further that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby determines and establishes monthly assessments of the corporation as shown on each member's breakdown of property assessments for the year 2024, inclusive of property taxes and property insurances filed in the records of the corporation, and said assessments to be due and payable by the members of this corporation on the first day of each month. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move.
I second it.
Okay, and seconded. Any discussion?
We have Nancy Carlson.
Thank you. Do I have to say my name again? Okay, great. Yeah, I have the same consideration with this respect to our business plan that I've made at the finance meeting and earlier, that we don't have an appendix itemizing the line items on here. And I can tell you that members are becoming more and more vigilant about scrutinizing, seeing financial statements from us in all forms. So, one, I believe that we should have a line item appendix for the general plan. I said two, I think there can be a secondary appendix, which is even more detailed for the board of the line item appendix, because there could be voluminous information, and it would be the substantiation, the suppositions, and the propositions of the budget items. The next point I want to make is, speaking contemporaneously, so excuse me, earlier in the month we had the United Finance meeting, I think it was August 9th or 8th, whatever, and it was on the budget. And then on Friday we had a United Town Hall on the finance. And at the Town Hall on Friday, on both sessions, our baseline assessment before insurance and before taxes was going to be $27.25, maybe a penny off, but that's what it was. So when I left Friday night, and earlier in the month, it was $27.25. This morning, I open up agenda item 6, staff report, or the agenda item for 13G. And it lists on the business plan, on the staff report, it says 1976. Now, also, I notice on the business plan something new in here where it lists in the 2024 business plan by department, it says maintenance and construction, damage restoration reimbursement backlog, a credit of $1.125 million. Is that money in the bank? When is it going in the bank? And what's with the change from Friday night to Monday about the baseline assessment? Is it that there's something like a reserve or something that wasn't added in the figure? Because my email blew off the wall this morning on this point. And again, was there a meeting over the weekend that I missed? So that's the lay of the land. So if there's something that wasn't done correctly, or if the staff made a mistake or didn't report in something that we've been reporting on the basic, do you all follow me? What the issue is?
Yes, Mr. President, may I respond? Yes, one thing that you missed, perhaps at that time you talked to someone in town hall, the one page before the end, I put it as a sweet news. And that was that we decided after they calculated $7 per man per month based on that water intrusion that you mentioned and surplus that we have this year, we decided to deduct that one for the next year, which is 2024. So that $7, when you minus plus 40 cents from GRF, then minus $27 that we have, we are getting to 19.76. I would be happy to send the presentation from Town Hall to you, and you see this page comes right. I said it as a gift for everyone before you go.
Well,
It
actually, we didn't
happen
get paperwork.
It didn't happen
Yeah.
over the night. It didn't happen on the weekend. It was happened when we received this $7. Mr. Dick Rader, you really disrupt this meeting. Oh my goodness, for many reasons. Okay, we are doing that one.
Just make your comment and finish.
So, what happened is we, as a board, we talked with a finance board member that the surplus that we have it for this year projection, we deducted for the next year. This is for operating. Please, everybody understand, I'm talking about the operating, not the reserve. So that's why what's happened that you can see. It wasn't over weekend and it wasn't overnight.
Well, what's the number starting?
$7.
No.
$7
What's
per
the base-
minute per month.
No. What's the base assessment going to be January? Because everybody walked out of there with 27.25.
No, not everybody. Everybody came and give a hug and then thanks that I shared. You talked to someone at that page perhaps.
Well, I was there. But,
Because I will send the
Okay.
presentation.
So it's January, because somehow I talked to Tom this morning, and he kind of indicated it might be coming as a credit toward the end of the year. So is it going to be 1976 January of 2024, or is it going to be somehow adjusted later in the year?
From January 2024, you're going to be the basic assessment from January 2024, $19.76.
Okay.
From January 2024.
All right, so that's amended from the budget
This
meeting
is
that
the
we had
budget
earlier.
for the
Right.
next year, nothing
Right.
for this year. This is the budget for the next year. Yes. And
Then the
regarding
$1
to
million
two question,
credit is,
I'm sorry, you said another things index to put it. I highly support that idea. But I don't know it's possible for this year because it's already done. But whoever comes here, I'm going to stand there and ask them because I receive many email that when you are saying 30,000 for this project, what is the story behind that? I really ask if it is possible for finance department really put index from the next year budget so we know what's going on.
well, given that, I still, just as a public comment, I don't approve the budget.
Okay,
I think it's in the same position as we
Okay.
had earlier today about the
We're gonna-
recognition
we're
agreement.
gonna move
We
on.
need some more massaging on that.
Okay, thank you,
That's it.
Nancy.
The next speaker is Dick Rader.
What if the projected amount, the excess, doesn't occur? What do we do then?
Then we don't get a $7 discount, do we?
No, let us Steve answer.
I think that's what you're asking.
This is your only question because he wants to answer.
So,
No, I
Steve,
have
Please
another.
let my financial services director answer your question. He's
Sure.
behind you.
Yes, thank you.
He's right behind you.
Thank you. As of the latest forecast, we were anticipating approximately a $500,000 surplus by the end of 2023. So when you divide that by the number of manners in the community and divide it by 12, it translates into approximately $7 per manor per month. So what is included in this current version of the budget is a $7 reduction in your 2024 business plan. Now, to answer their question directly, if you have a surplus of, say, $300,000, so you will ultimately end up with a loss for next year, right? So, but likewise, you could also have a $200,000, you could have a $700,000 surplus. The best information that we have available at this moment says that we are anticipating a $500,000 surplus. So the intent of the committee, the board, is to offset that, your future assessments by that dollar amount. So again, best information we have at the time, just as we have with every other line item.
Are you almost done, Dick?
He has to.
I only use 1 minute or less.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope this is beneficial for anybody who thinks that HOA fees are going too high. Originally, it was about $20. Now we are offsetting it by the amount, the $7. But basically, we're still paying the $20. It's just offset. That $20 is divided into $1 for contingency, $15 for reserves, and what's left? $3.95 for United, for all maintenance, for all landscaping. So when people say, oh, our HOA fees are going high, do you think $3.95 is a lot of money? Now, why is it $15 for the reserves? Well, that's very easy to answer. It's in this document here. 3 years, we went with the same United HOA fee. We kept it constant, and we did not adequately provide for reserves. It went up, our fees then went up in 23 and 24. As I just explained, we're having to reintroduce a $15 per man or per month for reserves because they're underfunded. And guess what? If you look at the document, as proposed by the United Board and by Lenny, it says that for the next 5-year plan, we intend and hope that we will continue to pay $15 per man or per month into reserves. Yet, if you look at page, 26 of 30, which shows whether we're going to be in the red line, which indicates a high probability of a special assessment, even though we're planning in the future to keep on paying $15 per man or per month, we're still going to be in the red, high probability of an assessment through 2029. All I can tell you is people who ask for HOA fees to be cut, we did it, we held it for 3 years constant, and now we have to back fund the reserves at $15 per man or per month projected, and we still will be in the red through 2029. That's what happens when you keep HOA fees constant and you don't properly manage the finances of United.
Okay, thank you.
There is another one.
I believe our treasurer has raised this point. We did it at the GRF town hall. I believe we've done it in the finance meeting. We are underwriting. It's nice to do creative accounting and show the people that see our assessments this and inflation, yada, yada, yada. But here's the reality. When I moved in here, I had to pay $1,500 incrementally to GRF. Now people coming in at $7,500. If that isn't on the books, it would be in a monthly assessment and our assessments would be higher. So the fact that you're concealing that we're privately underwriting it is a creative accounting mechanism to say that your assessments are really, see how it's really holding at a level. That's not true. You've got to add that in, what the person is paying for the out-of-pocket that isn't reflected in this accounting. And that's all I have to say. It's an equitable way to look at it because accounting can be creative. And we've asked the members, oh no, we don't ask. We tell new people, oh, by the way, these are all the things you're paying for every month, and we're going to hit you up for some more money. Okay?
Thank you.
Let's move to...
I think Steve wanted to talk.
To approve the 2024 United Business Plan. So we've read it, and we have to vote on it now. Just the business plan. All those in favor or against? Okay, so that's approved, right? So now we have to read the motion for the United Reserve Funding Plan?
Wasn't together?
You didn't read that yet, right? The reserve fund, which is the second part of this, G. It's on page 29 of 30.
oh, I'm sorry. The reserve fund resolution, whereas Civil Code 5570 requires specific reserve funding disclosure statements for common interest developments, whereas planned assessments or other contributions to reserves must be projected to ensure balances will be sufficient at the end of each year to meet the corporation's obligations for repair and or replacement of major components during the next 30 years. And now therefore be it resolved September 12th, 2023, that pursuant to Civil Code 5570, the board hereby adopts a 30-year alternative reserve funding plan attached, prepared by the Association Reserves for fiscal year 2024. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I so move.
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? Or have we already exhausted it?
I just want to say that I agree with Dick, and I think he's made good points on our reserve funding. And while we try to, past board members try to say, let's hold this, let's not increase the reserves, it's come back to hurt us. And I'm not saying this to point fingers at anyone. I don't want to do that. I just want to educate people when we go forward. For the new board members, the existing board members, it is very important that we fund our reserves. When you look at the information on page 26 of 30, if I'm reading this correctly, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, we are going to the $15, which is desperately needed to cover our costs, but we are not collecting. Our expenses are $14,657,642, while our reserve contribution is hovering around $13 million. So we are still feeding off the reserve. And so while we can only vote for 1 year at a time, for those who come on the board, please pay attention to this. It is critical. We cannot continue in this fashion. I wanted to ask Steve and perhaps Siobhan, when we have these studies conducted, they tell us where we should be. And right now, we are at 35.5% at 2024. Where is the recommendation that these experts tell us? Should we be at 50%? Should we be 45? I just don't know. I would like to have your answer.
So truthfully, the recommendation is 100%. But that's clearly not reasonable given the size of your community, right? So the mere fact that you have $15 million in the bank to pay your reserves, and right now you're at about 35% funded. So we as staff believe you're very well funded. And to maybe address a previous comment about that you are in the red as it's listed on the schedule, this is a dramatic improvement compared to where you were at last year. So the efforts by the board in this year is a phenomenal improvement compared to the previous. Again, not to say anything, about the past. There was breaks given because of the economics, right? So, but in this instance, it makes sense. So, and with each year, we will continue to look at this. So I'm happy to say that for 24 and 25, you are in the yellow category, right? The red does not begin until 2026, and we'll have an opportunity next year to evaluate it again.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Yes, I want to bring attention. Many of the board members that existing right now, they were here last year as well. So please understand that in 2 years that we have COVID, it was very unusual situation. And people forgetting that time, okay? So when people were so angry and they didn't have anything open, and at the same time comes to the budget, we have to make a budget. And then going around the table, what we can do. We cannot cut from the roof. We cannot cut from the plumbing. The only part that you can stop and not affect it, actually we ask VMS to direct us what is the best situation. At that time was another, I was in the discussion, was another CEO even. And they came up with the possible things is the reserve, because it's not affecting directly with the buildings and expenses that we have it and we have to do. So that was number one. Number two, if you look at this page 26 out of 30, if you go and find 2 years ago, you can see all was red. Why? Because under the starting reserve balance, those number was not proper. And then we asked staff to put some proper number there. So when these numbers getting a little bit more to the proper number, you can see now it's showing yellow rather than totally red. If I bring this one for 2 years ago, you can see all was totally a big red. So now it's better. So, and at the end, I wanted to say, if you're talking about this $15, basically it was five and 5, 2 years that you didn't pay and now you are paying. So there is nothing in the damage, there is nothing is happen, and if you are building up for the finance, it's good that you are building. And plus, if we collected in 2021, by now that money was in the reserve account, and then we lose more in that bond that we had it. So I'm happy that we didn't lose more money in that direction. So the last question you mentioned, where is the good one? Director Kwam, please go to page 18 of 30. You can see what is that means. 18 after 30, 18 of 30, that graph shows the weak, fair, strong. You mentioned that, Steve, where is the best? That one. That shows that you ask about how suggesting the strength. So that was my comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's vote on this.
I
Yes,
have a
we
quick
got
point.
Dick, go ahead, please.
No,
All right,
According-
I
no,
think you've had
no.
your chance.
Well-
No,
Because
no,
you've talked
no.
about reserves already.
No,
I
no,
think-
no, after member, it's
Yeah.
done. So can we go to vote?
Yeah, let's go to the vote.
Good, let's go to vote.
There were some
Let's go to
misstatements
vote.
made. They
Please
should
go
be
to vote.
corrected.
Yeah.
Please go to
we're-
vote.
There
we're
were
gonna
some
go to the vote.
misstatements.
Please
that
go
were
to
made that
vote.
should be corrected.
Yes,
We're going to go to the vote.
please go to vote. Thank you.
The board's decided
Thank you.
it's time, overtime. All those in favor or against?
Yes.
Or abstain?
Motion passes.
Okay. What was the vote?
10.
Unanimous.
Oh,
10-0.
unanimous.
Very good. Okay. Can we, can we hold off till another time on that? Allison, or?
Yes, President Ross, I would like to propose, I don't really need a resolution on this, but I would like to recommend that we move our committee reports to October 10th, that we consolidate this month's committee reports. In interest of time, it's now 20 minutes to 2.
Yeah.
And we consolidate this month's
Yes.
committee reports into our October 10th meeting.
Yeah, I think everyone's in agreement to do that, right?
You have a
Yes.
second on that?
Yes, second.
Okay. We're going to.
Second.
We're going to delay all the committee reports to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
The next meeting is either your agenda prep meeting or November, because
Octo-
we'll be skipping
October.
October due to our annual organizational meeting.
October.
Oh,
So,
that's the annual organizational
yes,
meeting.
we don't have a meeting in
Oh.
October, so it'll be November.
So it'd be November.
November. Pearl?
Yeah, before we end, I have a short comment. I'm going to make it shorter.
Okay,
Can I?
go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, we'd like to recognize 2 directors that are completing their service for last 3 years, and I really want to thank them for dedication. And another matter that I really think is very important is that, yes, our meetings have gotten a lot more civilized. However, we have other issues. We look like a one board, but actually there are 2 boards. We have members that engage themselves in a secret meeting. There are members that are not. Secret meetings divide and destroy our team spirit. We should not engage ourselves in such unscrupulous conduct. with whatever reason. Sometimes we call it new directors training, and they pick the directors, they choose undisclosed location, they choose undisclosed agenda, and it has been going on. And I feel very strongly that kind of conduct must stop. We, as a United Board Directors, must maintain high level of ethical standard and integrity. And I really, really hope that all of our directors stand firm, don't get involved with such bad conduct. And starting with the new members, we would like to conduct our business in a most honorable, honest manner. Thank you.
Okay, I have
I have a
I
comment.
would like to say something as well.
I have a comment. Oh, is the director comment?
Yeah, director's comments. Go ahead, Azar.
Okay, since it's my last board meeting, I wanted to just give a few words. 3 years ago, I was honored to receive your vote. I'm talking to residents, and become a director and elected by board member as treasurer of United. I took my fiduciary duty very seriously and spent more hours for board items than my paid job. It was truly an honor to serve you all in United Mutual. As director, I have noticed the value of each director's vote on any resolution. All rules and dollar spent on project are made by directors, and VMS only execute them. So, after my service as director, I will dedicate my time to find caring, active, enthusiastic, and educated residents with a strong common sense and encourage them to become directors. Also, I would like to thank VMS staff for times they were responding to my requests or comments, and even for those times that they didn't respond. Perhaps there were reasons behind it which I didn't understand up to date. Last but not least, I would like to thank President Ross for creating a calm environment on the board. I appreciate his talent of negotiation and create a fair situation for problems. Without his support, United was not able to pass a very major resolution, which had positive impact on the residents. Your strong voice as residents is your vote. So that everyone, please, I am asking you, research and vote properly. We have a very good candidate. Please vote. Thank you all again.
Point of order, is there a motion on the floor?
There's no motion on the floor, no. We're in director comments right now. So I'd like to say something
Cash
as well.
has something.
Cash, go ahead.
Well, in a sense, I want to say this is my last term, and it was my pleasure to serve the community, and I hope I did everything right. That's all. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to say something as well about two board members. Both are leaving us. One of them is Azar, as you know. And Azar, since she joined our board, she was very involved with the investment ad hoc committee, which she led. She's moderator, director of that task force. And as director of that task force, she brought in some experts who gave us very good advice and got us basically out of our investments, which were losing a lot of money. And we've got, since then, into much safer T-bills that are very safe and are paying over 5% interest per year. And we've basically recovered more than a third of what we've lost already, and we're well on our way to a full recovery. She also developed an investment policy, and also through her task force came up with investment advisor, which is now Chase Bank, And we feel that at a very good rate, almost zero, we pay in the Chase. And so I wanted to thank her for all the hard work that she did done for that task force. And I think the loan ad hoc committee, although she had her last meeting and we all reviewed today what's going to happen, I think that still may happen in the future. And I think I'm hoping that it does, but we'll see. And I wanted to thank Cash as well. I know he's leaving the board, and but I hope he won't be a stranger to us and come back to us. And maybe you want to go join VMS or GRF or wherever you'd like to go. You'd be welcome back with us as well.
It'll all depend on that guy.
No, not yet, not yet. So that's all I'd like to say, but thank you. And thank you, Cash and Azar, for your contributions to our board. And we're going to skip committee reports, and we are in recess until after lunch. Closed meeting, we'll say closed meeting will be at 2:30.
Yeah.
So thank you all.
Thank you.
At 2:30, okay, good. I've got to run home and get my little doggies out.
No.